How'd I already get 2 likes? I just got in here. That's cool. Somebody already liked the video and ain't even said a word. Not even a word. Clicks on the nerves. All right. Let's see. Make sure we got the live chat. All right, we got the live chat on. Sit back before I stand up here. If we stand up, we'll see. What are you doing? All right, go on. Go. Yes, all right, your jaws. Go lay down, buddy. Go lay down, Tango. Please. Thank you. Down. Ooh, stay. All right, I'll see. We're in a minute and a half, and we got 2 likes already, and there's nobody in the stream. Is that a positive or what? Do you remember when we had the thumbs down button? Does anybody remember that? Our memories quickly fade. Yeah, we used to have the thumbs down button. Not anymore. No more thumbs down button, remember? Oh, man. What are you doing, Tango? Go lay down. You're sitting there staring at that. Puppy staring at me. What are we staring at? You got some slobber in your jaws there, puppy. What were you eating there outside? I got her. All right. We'll see who's in here. I was going to do we'll see how many people come in the room, but probably definitely be the 2000K, 2K, 2000K, 2K, 2K. Is it Y2K? Y2K. No, thank you video. The 2000. I have to be thankful. Very thankful. I'm gonna put this thing over here. I think I'm gonna move you guys over here. Oh, I just don't want to sit up. Back is feeling it. Today, there must have been that wheelbarrow loads, huh? That wheelbarrow load of wood. Bring the wood from the other side of the property. All right, I got you plugged in. We're good to go. All right. We get some kind of light going in here, can't we? And all our lights are from above. Let's see if we get some kind of. There we go. All right. Came in here and, nothing certain, but I think the lights could go out and, all right, we could have an electromagnetic pulse, and I might even get the video out there, but we'll see. 2K, we'll see if we hit 2,000. You're probably on the 2,000 subscriber live, so thank you. I titled this 2,000K. Thank you guys, appreciate it. This channel has grown quite a few subscribers in even just the last week. There's been I looked through the analytics, and there's been a good fair amount of traffic on the channel. So we're at 1990 right now. I'm pretty sure we can pick up another 10 subscribers. If I tend to be a little long in the tooth. So say I'm going to end a stream and be on there 2 or 3 hours later, right? So whatever. It was a snow day today, so I was putting my work in. I was putting my work in for the Father today, so I have to do that daily. I mean, I could talk about anything. That's what I was thinking. What should I talk about? And I'm like, man, what a blessing. Thankful for for the new followers that are coming to the word. This channel is predestined for light. I mean, just the teaching, that's teaching, and come here and teach that daily, right? Daily cross. Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, and follow after me. So that's a daily video I could teach, on this platform. And so I appreciate the people who've been coming to this platform for that word. Did pretty good until I put out the overlay video on the TikTok platform. We had 20,000 followers over there. So, but yeah, just like thankful that, my physical ailments I have are my own, I guess, most of them. I mean, I was young and I got diagnosed with having a little bit of a back issue, a little bit of scoliosis, but, it wasn't a deal breaker or anything. But everything else, all my other times I've hurt myself, I've been healthy, still very strong as an ox, work, every day on homestead out here off the grid. I mean, wow. People want to do what I'm doing. I'm not rubbing it in anybody's face. I've invited people to kind of come out to my property here for, nearly a whole decade. But I'm thankful that he's giving me this blessing. And now I have this channel to reach out all over the world, right? The interweb, correct? The World Wide Net. And so it's a worldwide, I mean, that's not such a thing anymore, but yeah, the internet is a worldwide thing. So his message is going out across the world. And that is, again, that's such a beautiful blessing. And I'm thankful to have the platform to do it and the people that are coming to hear the message. So what a blessing. Probably be a 2K video and you got to be a part of it. So life is timing, right? Everything, it all comes down to timing. Life is timing. So it's all in his timing, right? It's all in timing and it's all in his will. So, yeah, a day like today is an easy day to teach. I mean, I could teach just off the old holiday that everybody's celebrating here today, right? So we do live in the age of Aquarius. We live in the age of Revelation, the age of the apocalypse. People are understanding that you can't hide the information anymore. It's out there. And so a lot of people are coming to this understanding, coming to the aletheia, the truth, coming to his truth, and then coming to the truth about all these vain vanity traditions that are celebrated. And people are, what a beautiful blessing to know that that's what the word of God says, that people are going to, just a small number of people who come to his truths. And thank you for being a part of that. And Karina's World, what's going on? Is that like WRLD or maybe my WHRILD, right? Spinning through time and space, right? World. How are we doing in Katrina's world? What's going on in your world? How you doing today? How you doing? Whose world? Stack's world. What? Yeah, let's do a little Stack Mac Million. Sure. Everybody's got to have a little bread and circus every once in a while, right? Just don't let it overcome you. Be in the world, but be not of it. That's right. Be in it, but be not of the world. So, all this. Huh. Interesting. That is quite the name. I don't know how to pronounce that. HG. Hooked on Phonics worked for me, but I didn't get that one. So, yeah, what a blessing. And I need to be more thankful more often, but cool. 2K. Nice. There you go. Good stuff. So, Aaron, this could be the 2K video, right? We're here. 10 more subscribers. And this channel hits 2,000 subscribers. What a cool, you know what I do on here. You've seen it for a minute. I talk about all kinds of things. You never know what you'll run into on this channel, but I'm always talking about the sun and always talking about the sun. But yeah, a lot of people are coming to his message, and yeah, that's what I'm here for, my daily cross. So appreciate you being in here again. So yeah, heck yeah, 2K, we're gonna hit it. We're hitting 2K on this one. We've been gaining a ton of followers on these streams. I've been going long, man. I'm having 6, 7, 5. I think we did 5, 6 hours of streaming already today, but I just was thankful. I was thinking what I was thankful for. I'm out on this, have a homestead and good animals, and the fire's going, and I'm warm, and I have plenty of food and fuel, and water, and the things that I need, and I'm blessed, and yeah, and I'm blessed that I have this platform. So I wanted to come on and be thankful, and tell everybody what I was thankful for. I could talk about anything, see what the room wants to talk about. And again, with me, I'm a wow. Where you want to go? You want to go back in history? I love going back and forth in time, like a time traveler, if you will, but not literally, but yeah, what an amazing time, what amazing grace he has upon this nation. You've been watching the sun. We're so due to get whacked by the sun, guys. Man, he's being merciful. He holds all the highest power. That's why he is the most high, the only one that exists without darkness. Yep. He is all horizo. He's all light. Yeah, thank you, Father, for such a blessing to have this understanding and this tree of knowledge, if you will. So no, I don't think I've ever heard that, Aaron. Archix, he's a chronological. Okay, I think you might have mentioned something that in the chat before. Did you say something? I caught something. You said something that maybe it was something similar to that you'd said in another live that we were having there. So again, appreciate you guys. 13, lucky 13, 13, 13, lucky 13. I can ask you. What do you got there, Finn? I'll try to slow down here. We'll try to answer some questions. Now, me, I get going. I'll go off on a especially if I get the gospel and it overcomes me, that Ruach HaKodesh, the Holy Spirit. Sometimes it just, his words are agape. I love them. He's my love. He's my Shiloh. So I got to hold on to him. He's all I got in this world, guys. Remember when I shut this off, it's just me and him. So literally, but, and my puppies, right? My puppies, I got my puppies and my kitties. They're outside. I don't know. They're growling. They must be out there doing hunting out here at the farm, keeping all them mice. We don't got no mice around here. They keep them rodents away from the place. Yeah. Adapt and overcome, right? Repent and overcome. Encourage, be encouraged. Yeah. Remember your powers, guys. Remember what you speak. It holds a lot of power. You say to a plant, you're going to die. I hate you. You're terrible. That is going to kill that plant. It is going to wilt. You don't understand the power. You say you love that plant, it will grow. I'm a gardener. Okay. I'm a farmer. I farmed all kinds of different kinds of, definitely plants are one of my things. So they're alive, like a female plant. It's female. It's going to remember everything you did to it. Don't you remember? Don't you hate females are like elephants. They never forget. No, I'm serious. They'll bring that up. You remember what you did 5 years ago, honey? Okay. So, hey, look, Finn Walker, I've just read up, spud back up to you, Finn. Okay. I'm sorry. The chat got up to me. See, I already got off on the thing. Okay. Finn asked, there's a scene in the TV show, not that I watched but it was of a Viking asking to be baptized as a Christian, and the priest, hold on, and the priest says, "You will not get into heaven," is his reply. You will not. Okay, so a Christian and the priest says, "You will not get into heaven." His reply is for not you to decide. Okay, nice hat. I appreciate it. It's a Mintonka leather. This one's the oldest one that I have. I hope to have organic heritage. God, nice. Worked so hard on. Absolutely blue. I love that organic heritage garden this year. That's beautiful, man. Get your feet and hands back in the dirt. Absolutely, Aaron. You're on your way, man, too. I remember what you said. You're on your way. I feel that the same myself in the world around me, and at the moment that people seeing me as Satan worshiper, but I love the Lord. Okay. Well, Finn, you got a lot to learn. Okay. What a great question. Thank you for your question, Finn. A good, excellent question. Okay. He's saying, you guys, he says there's a scene in a TV show. So obviously you said, tell lie to your visions. Okay. Remember everything you see in a television show in Hollywood. Okay. Everything. Now that's just my crap that's on the stuff on the back, but everything they position every clock, and it's all a visual voodoo, just so you know. So you can't take anything you see on television, and yet they virtue signal the Bible. All the halftime was all about the Bible. What would you believe if I told you that the halftime was about the Bible? Did you catch that? Yes, the halftime was about the Bible. People don't see it. They don't have eyes to see. God does not give them a hearing ear. If you're one of those that has the ability to, if I'm talking about all these decoders and all this stuff that's going on with this, it's not. Sorry, I got a light here. I got hooked up to it, a battery. Hold on. So, trying to have some kind of backup light so you can feel my face. Otherwise, all my lighting's above 9.5 feet over above my head. So, otherwise, I feel like I can't even see you guys or whatever. But anyways, it's not about that. So I know it's going to get long here, Finn, but I want to answer these questions for you so you know, okay? And I know there might be some comments, guys, but I'm still on his question. See, if I flip down right now, and I appreciate everybody coming in, I'm going to start talking about something else. So I'm still up on Finn's question on my screen. I see that I got a whole probably bunch of comments down there, and I haven't answered you guys yet, and I apologize. Tango, go on. We're not going to play back and forth. Go on, go lay down over there. Thank you. Sorry, the puppy, he likes to go back and forth underneath my, the cabin's real long and not as fireplace and all that. Okay, so Finn's question again. There's a scene in a TV show, not that I watch that, but it's a Viking asking, and a Viking is not somebody, again, remember, we know that's a Nordic. If you I see, okay, I can't decode everything. Okay, I can't, but asking to be baptized. A baptism is a process, and it's an overcoming, and that's a whole teaching. I will do the teaching on that. I'm not afraid, because we can go back and give you biblical and historical history and record. I don't do religion. I don't do none of that nonsense. You've been in here before. You know how this channel works as far as what I do. So I'm still not reading any of your comments, guys. I'm still up here on my screen. I can't, and you guys might have said something or what. I want to answer this question for Finn. So going backwards here real quick, there's a scene in TV that he's saying he doesn't watch TV. Good. I mean, but there's nothing wrong with, watching things and discerning things. Just don't let it subtract, all things in moderation. Okay. But the Viking is asking to be, so there's a, remember guys, in all this television, there's everything they do, there's an undertone that they're putting in television, and just like the Super Bowl and like all these, and I'm you guys, 98% of it's biblical. If you'll go back and you see what I say, start subscribing to some of these decoders, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Music, it's biblical. Most of it is, and people, but they don't know the word very well, so it's hard for them to see those things. They don't have a hearing ear and a seeing eye. So this Viking, because there's a symbology that goes there for some of them that here in the room, because I don't have time to go through all this. There might be some people that know what I'm talking about. This Viking's asked to be baptized as a Christian. So that is a lot of symbology there. So, and I'm sure that when you were saying the baptism, you were talking about it being a river or water, or that's not a baptism. The word baptism is in Greek defined. Remember, and I defined everything in its original text that it was written in. If you leave the original text, you're talking about a translation, unless it's transliterated from the original, and that doesn't happen very often, because like when the temple was destroyed after Nebuchadnezzar had surrounded the nation of Israel in 70 AD, the temple was destroyed. There had the word, remember the covenant, the Ark of Covenant was it was written on tables of stone, right? And that was, remember what happened to that, right? So they had taken the word, that was the first 5 books of what you know as the modern day Bible of the Old Testament. That would have been Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. Those were the laws. And they had taken 400 years, but they translated the Jewish Hebrew into Aramaic. So that's a translation. Okay. So just so you know, most people so it's not in its original text. So if you study something, how I've taught to you on this channel, that's why we don't really do religion. We go back to the original text it's written in. That's why I tell you to study the Textus Receptus. If you love the Lord, as you so say, I'm not going to go there. Okay. That you need to study it in the original text. So in the New Testament is Greek, and the Old it's text. So an interlinear is to read it in both. In English, so you speak English, right? And or Greek, New, and Hebrew in the Old, and it'll have that. So I know I'm being long-winded, but it should be worth your time. Thank you guys. Thank you, Father, for this blessing to be able to spread this message, send it out across the world. You hear it, the whole world's going. It's going to get date stamped, and somebody can hopefully hear a message. So baptized by definition is a translation and not literally meaning. Let's go to the meaning of baptism in the word defined in the text. That would be baptizo or bapto. And that's a noun. And see, Greek and Hebrew normally have, like a male, like Spanish or Latin has a formal, informal. Greek and Hebrew, you have feminine gender, male gender, and neuter gender, meaning it's a male, a female, or it's not either. It's a table, it's a lamp, it's an iPhone, it's an Android, it's a system, it's an it. It doesn't have a gender, correct? Not fire soon, brothers and sisters, fire. So bapto, the noun, and baptizo, the verb, is to be covered. Noah was told to baptize the ark, correct? With the red pitch, because baptism, and I'm not reading your comments, guys, otherwise I won't concentrate, is by definition, the bapto, as I say, to be covered with a stain or a dye, or let's just put them all to a red stain, blood, pitch, or a dye. Noah was told to baptize the ark. In order to be baptized, it is not a submersion or a dipping. Baptism, a true baptism, is an overcoming. And you cannot, and it's to be completely overcome with a pitch, blood, stain, or dye. Notice I didn't say water, because that's not the definition of water. Baptism is not baptism. So that doesn't mean anything what they did, just so you know. But people don't have eyes to see or ears to hear. I'm just decoding this for you so you know you're getting a lesson, and appreciate 13 of you in there. I don't know where your comments are at, but normally that's not with me. But there's a lesson to be learned here, guys. You should probably get a paper and write this down, because I ain't teaching you this in no church. This is taking me a lot of years. Thank you, Father. Hallelujah. If you'll define the words in the original interlinear, if you'll make sure that they're canonized, if you make sure these texts are in the original Textus Receptus in the Hebrew or the Greek, and then use a lexicon, which is a modern day dictionary, you can actually find the definition, and that's where the aletheia that lies. He said, I am the aletheia, right? The truth. And the way to the truth is through him, right? Through that Holy Spirit, that word. He created all these things in the beginning, right? The word was, in the beginning was the word. That baptism, because he overcame, this world was filled with darkness, correct? It was void of light, correct? And he overcame, let there be light. That was a baptism. because this world was completely overcome. And as Noah was told to baptize the ark with a red pitch, if he had left one little hole, we wouldn't even be here. It's to be completely overcome. And so it's an overcoming. It's not a dipping. It's not a water by definition. Oh, but Christ baptized John. The halakha, the Haggadah, the oral law, the written law. This is the law that was forwarded. Christ did those things so they'd have to listen to him and go, because he went by their oral law, which they had perverted, the 613 statutes and commandments. I told you, remember, it was destroyed. There's a lesson to be learned. They had that temple was destroyed. They wanted a place of worship. It had been 400 years since they've worshiped the Lord. I am a Shiloh, God in the flesh, right? And they wanted a place. And so God gave them the rabbis and the synagogues. And they were, at the time of Christ, they became the Pharisees, and the most who remembered, who could study the Hebrew and not the perversion of the Aramaic, were the Sadducees. Those who knew the original text were the most knowledgeable. The Sadducees and the Pharisees. These are the ones who hung Christ, the church. That's why he went into those churches and called them out and said, you do the works of your father, the devil, and called them out as the synagogues of Satan. Okay? Most people do not. They go to church, houses made by hands, and the word has been perverted. That's what he would have said. You're forwarding or perverting. It means to twist or pervert his word, his law, his Shem, his law, his agape, that Jewish law, 613 statutes and commandments. Remember? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, right? Laws. It was a Jewish law, and that law had been perverted by the Pharisees. They made it, split it. As Moses was given that law, remember, on the mount, right? He was given it to, and it was pounded out onto a stone tablet, tables written of stone. He tells us, right, about that. Remember, see, this temple was destroyed, and they created their own law. And because that law was given, they made an oral law. It was called the halakha and the Haggadah. This is what he was griping about when he was talking about the perversion of the poor, that the gleaning of the fields. He said, you forwarded my law. It talks about in that book how the poor were supposed to get all the field on the outside. When they were, I live in a farming community, and they have pivots, but they go in circles, right? That's kind of another thing for me. I apologize. So, but anyways, all that stuff that was left on the outside was supposed to be for the poor. And these Pharisees had perverted and made their own law, which was called the halakha. It was an oral law. It could be spoken, but you couldn't write it down. There was the Haggadah, which was their written law. You could speak, right? You could oral, right? Speak it, but not writing down. Then you had the other, right? The written law. So you could write it down, but you couldn't speak it. They had perverted it, forwarded it, twisted, and this is what Christ was talking about. Remember, he was saying that when it falls off the back of the cart and it hits the ground, that is supposed to be left there for the poor. You forward my laws. You ever hear anybody talk about him doing anything of this nature? Because he called them out and said, you do your works of the father, the devil, right? You perverted my law. And so in that perversion of the oral law and the written law, the halakha and the Haggadah, they had made out of the water dipping of entering into the temple before you would worship, the dipping of hand washing, and turned that water dipping into modern day what people know as baptism. But it was a perversion, and I know that John, again, baptized Jesus, but I'm telling you why he did it. So they would have to listen to him because he went by their law. Almost like he says, give unto Caesar, if you remember, okay? And so, but by definition, it doesn't matter because you can't dip something and be baptized. That's not what a baptism. You have to be completely overcome. It's like a pickling, if you will, okay? A pickle. We're stuck on baptism, the word baptism. We still got to get the Christian. Oh, anyway, never mind. To be pickled, anybody make pickles out there? All right, flip it all the way up. Where are we at here? Okay, all right. You guys ain't saying too much. You're just listening. Good. Most of you. So this perversion of this water dipping, this halakha, it's not by definition. It's not an overcoming. Also remember, they perverted this to enter into the nation of Israel. You had to be water dipped, right? Dipped in water, right? You had to offer what? 2 turtle doves at the altar, and had to be literally circumcised to the flesh, to be allowed to participate in the feast days, become part of the nation of Israel. Remember, men came from all over the earth, and there was like America, you had to, go through Ellis Island. That was their vetting process. These were laws, whether people understand this historic, they go too much houses made by hands, churches, and the word of God is not in them. Okay. It's not, and they perverted, like Christ would say, you've perverted my law. And these Pharisees had a hard time. Guys, imagine a man coming back 33 years old. They should have looked at what he did, obviously, right? I mean, the guy walked through walls. I mean, thank you, Father. Make it easy for people to see here in this world. But he did things at 30. He was young. A lot of these Pharisees were older, and it was hard for them because he was saying that he was the law, right? That, you've perverted my law. Nobody ever thinks about it like that, because that's what he was saying. He's telling them that, but it's in the word, and people don't even take it as a law. Hallelujah. That's how I take it, but it is a law. And so under that law that they had perverted after 400 years of the translation of the Aramaic, would created an oral and a written law, the halakha and the haggadah. And under those traditionary and oral laws, they perverted it down to, they made a club for themselves. So they are gleaning all the fields for the poor, the perversion of, like he was saying in the book of Deuteronomy, you haven't released her from this contract, the bill of marriage you entered her into, you went to a town place, you nailed it top and bottom to a stake. She's out here, having to whore her body on the streets to sell her. My law, it says you must give her half of what you own. You haven't even given her the bill of divorce. Adultery, basically she burned the mud here. She's out on the streets. Adultery is what it says. Remember in the book of Deuteronomy, imagine Christ being there telling these Pharisees this, talking to these Pharisees, telling them these things. And he wasn't nice about it. He wasn't that Jesus that this people see in churches, God loves everybody, and Christmas, Jesus, and Valentine's, happy love. Love is agape. That's walking, following the commandments of God. What a perfect day to do something about Lupercalia today. I'm not going to go into that, but that's a whole nother lesson, okay? Get that Lupercalia that today. Valentino, Cupid, Arrow. Ooh, never mind. Ooh, Abaddon, the bringer of the cure, and the same thing. All right, so the perversion of the law is what Christ was, ripping these Pharisees about, that they hadn't given these wives that were entered into a contract, because it was a literal contract. They were given a bill of marriage, and they were not released from that contract. And that he said, you put them out on the streets, you didn't give them half. And adultery is what the law in the book of Deuteronomy. So from now on, he made changes, like he made a new living will and testament in the flesh, an amendment. He did it right there, showing to bring it from that pounded out on stone, bam, into the spiritual. You covet, you even think of another man's wife. Spiritual, brothers and sisters, that is adultery. So he started making changes right there to the law. That's why I teach it this way so much, because it is a law. And when he came back and made that, I know that we're not under that, because we're saved by grace, but there's also commandments that we must walk and follow in. And so people like to, with their Christmas and other Jesus and the perversion, they don't want to talk about this. There's always been rules, and we always have to go by from the beginning, because he makes us do it, and it's in his laws. And some of us, well, we just do what he tells us because he's our father out of respect, but he does it no matter what. We're like androids, basically. I mean, almost like this AI, right? Not artificial, advanced. We have been programmed to do that by him. Yes, literally, from the foundation of the world, we have no control over our own body. Some of the society would call us sick, but it's called predestination. The ones chose. But anyways, so the baptism in water is not a true baptism because it's not to be overcome. Remember what his word says. You must be washed clean and your garments white and spotless, right? Completely spotless, overcome with the blood of the Lamb as he paid, with the price that he paid in the flesh for his bride that he chose from the foundation of the world. So that law that he made when he was here, he was griping about and telling them, now they're out on the streets. They got nothing to eat. They got no bill of marriage, a bill of divorce. You entered them into a contract with your bill of marriage. They didn't get their bill of divorce, and now they can't even be legally remarried. They got nothing. You have perverted and frowarded my law. Okay, so that's the same thing. That's the same thing that's gone on with baptism. They frowarded it then, and people would like to froward it and pervert it now. If they would just go to the definition, it's in the definition. If you leave that aletheia, that truth, which is found in the definition, you've left the aletheia. You leave the definition, you leave the truth. You understand? And so by definition, it's not water. It's to be overcome, to be completely overcome, not dipped. Again, pickles, I'm not sure if anybody makes pickles. How long does it take to make a pickle? Is that just if you can put a cucumber in the, dip it in the brine, how long does that take to make a pickle? Does that, well, that's, remember, they're telling you, they're dipping you in water. I was baptized. No, I wasn't. I was dipped in, oh, Father, forgive me for didn't know. I was seeking you, Father. I was trying to go from where I found it. Dipping is not a baptism. You must be completely overcome. So how long? Okay, thank you, Lebet. You must be put through the fiery trials, tribulations, suffering. Remember, he tells us endure to the end. It's an endurance. It's a narrowing. Remember, narrow is the path, straight is the gate. Hados, to be in the same, conform. Those that would conform to my image. That's all a pushing. Like grapes in the vine. Press. As he presses us through the thlipsis, as the Apostle Paul said, we must go through much thlipsis, tribulation, to be with the Father, to receive that kingdom of God, that heaven, to be with him. We must go through tribulation, right? Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves. You can't do what you want. Take up your cross daily. Oh man, that's daily until you die. Remember? So it's not a dipping. It's an overcoming. And yes, so you must be completely submerged and then overcome. As a pickling, you think about how long it takes, right? The outer skin is not just going to become dipped and become a pickle. How many times I can leave it in there for 90 minutes, right? Take it out. How about I'll go get baptized the next day in pickle juice, but I will dip. Right? Does that make me baptized the next day? I go back the next day. I go there 365 days. And I dip myself and I say, I've been baptized. I just think this thing is so awesome. I just want to get baptized every day, right? Unless you are held down under there and kept through yes, right? That's what a baptism is. Remember, because Noah, if he left one little tiny hole, it would have leaked. So you have to completely be overcome. And then, yes, thank you. Once you've been overcome, that skin is getting it. But come on, guys, by how long do you think it takes before that outer skin, before you're all the way down to, in our case, the marrow? The pickle is, let's take you out there after 3 months. Hey, no, cucumber. You're a pickle now. Welcome to being a pickle. There's no. There's no going back to being a cucumber. And I know it's scary, but welcome to being a pickle. You guys, it's an overcoming. It's a submersion. You have to be completely overcome, though. You can't become baptized. It takes a process, guys. It's not the same for any of us. Do you understand? It's like repentance is the same thing. Repentance is that same walk. To overcome, it takes it's a self Who shall ever come after me? Let them deny themselves, take up their cross, follow after me. So it's a walk. Okay. If there was a building and it was a barn and it was red and I wanted to paint it white and I left one white board, literally has it. It's a beautiful thing. Isn't it though, Aaron? Thank you, brother. It's beautiful, man, because it's a process. That's why we must stay in that brine, stay in suffering, stay in that walk, be condemned, don't do the things of this world, be hated. That's not what people want. They don't want that. They want the easy peasy Broadway Jeezy, right? The eternal damnation Jeezy is what he is. Hey, we've all been there. That's Aaron. Every one of us are pulled from dark. Do you realize, Aaron, there is not one person that has ever walked this earth and ever will that does not have darkness in it? Only the Most High God, the Father in heaven, I am. The Aletheia God, the Alpha, the Omega God, right? The way, the truth, and the light God is the only thing that the light is the only thing that exists without darkness. He is pure, unadulterated. He can't, I am self-existent. He is light. But every one of us is filthy rags, brother. We've all done it. Paul was he was a Pharisee. Those are the ones who hung Christ. The church. Paul was a mass murderer of Christians. Christians, guys. To answer your question, Christians, that's a long answer, but you're getting the real answer. Careful what you ask for. What was again, Zin? I'm trying to remember what your name was. I'll try to go back and answer a couple questions if I could here. Let's go back to that question. It's a long answer. Oh, look at this question. Careful what you ask. Where'd you go? Hey, you guys have been talking. Finn. So where did we go with this thing? So again, please remember that it wasn't Christian, and then the priest says, "You will not get into heaven." His supply is not for you to decide. So we needed to go over that, Finn. So I apologize at the end. So there is a tiny. See, they always do that, guys. They always do that. They sprinkle in a little bit of truth, right, with a lot of lies, or they sprinkle in a lot, a lot of truth with a little bit of lie, right? That's how they work. So the priest, that's the Catholicism that I've taught you about. The Christmas Jesus, see, that's a perversion. They love slapping people right in the face with things they don't even see because they don't know the word. So a priest is the most apostasy thing that there can be, to other than just not believing in God. That is a priest is the biggest apostasy to his word. He said that the only way to the Father is through the Son. And to confess your sins, if you'll study the history, there was a payment that used to be involved that was attached. If you go back to the Catholic Church is filthy, 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 dirty. I expose them, and because they do the works of the Father, the devil. That is the Pharisees. That is the modern day, the Vatican, the Pope. That's all the church. It's the same thing under a new hat, under a new name. Remember? Feast of Yule, Saturnalia, Christmas under a new name. It's the same thing too. It's all the same. Yeah, exactly. It's all extension. Rome never died. Thank you. Some of us know that. What's that one rapper say? That they don't die. They just move their names change and their accounts move or something like that. He had a smooth little way of saying it, but not some things they did. They just transfer over the accounts, change the name. Department of Human Services does that quite often. They get in trouble, and then they're, Children and Family Services, and then they're Adult and Family Services, and then that D8 department, right? They have the same issue, so they just change their name. It's still the same entity. So be wise, serpent, general, and dove. That means you have to have capacity to harm, but choose not to do. That's morality. That's a good, absolutely connect, right? It's not the same thing as being harmless. That's right. The morality is being harmless, because there is no choice on it. So, what they were doing in that thing, Finn, which is beautiful, is they're telling you about predestination, right? Boom, to end that question and move on, right? That's what the priest was telling them, right? That there was predestination. Correct? Isn't that what he said? The priest said, you don't have a choice. God already chose his elect, his bride, 144,000 represented by a, idiom, not literal. You see how they did that? So a Viking going to a priest, as a Christian, to be water baptized by a priest tells me he got no choice. Oh. Right? So Grady, what are you talking about? People shouldn't have to buy cannabis. It should be freely distributed to patients that are in need of medicine. So, that's a long decode, wasn't it, Finn? You're like, Tracy, would you just hurry up and get to did you get a history lesson? Did you learn something, Finn? Did everybody learn something on that? Thank you, guys. That's what I'm saying. It was a thank you, 2K. I appreciate this blessing that the Father's given me with this discernment to discern these things. It's such a blessing. Cool. I know you got it, Aaron. Appreciate some of you guys. You guys were tracking, and I appreciate it. Cool. So it's crazy how much we watch, man. All this, I'm telling you, all this visual voodoo, guys, is most everything that they have on this television is something out of scripture. Well, I collect Bibles. I collect them so I can archive them. Remember, he said, heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. See, I have no purpose in this flesh other than to teach and serve my Father. Seriously, I can't make anything else happen. Nothing happens for me. I just get pooped on by the world, and God just slaps me all the time. Let me do anything I want. Well, if I want to take up my cross, and see, I can't even do that because he commands me. And well, that's the only thing I find any enjoyment. You know what I'm saying? He has me here to archive his books. Archive. I'm Noah, so to speak. My followers on the TikTok platform have sent me Noah coins and whatever and stuff because I'm a very forward and I don't listen to the world. It takes a long time to do things sometimes and not listen to the world and accomplish things in this world. We have to shut the world off for a minute. You know what I'm saying? So the word of God says that heaven and earth shall perish, but my word will never die. So some of us are burying his word. So I try to go and find the best selection of even stuff from the Goodwill. I teach it on this stuff, man. Get this stuff from your lollipop Christian friends that'll sell it at their garage sale. And, get these maps, there's so much old, and he warns us about imagery, but there's like pictures of, all the places in time of Christ. And it's beautiful to be able to read this word and have all this stuff in your head. You guys, I never was one of those people who could read like with a book and picture all that stuff. I just can't. I don't have that. My mind works differently than that. It's not that I don't have an imagination. It's not that I don't, but things like that help me learn. You know what I'm saying? They help me learn. So when I'm looking at and two, I teach you guys about, because when I can teach, like I said, I really wish God would stop kicking my butt so much and sent me out here, somebody that I could be doing videos, like I wanted to do like documentaries. I think I could put out some really good pieces. There's lots of people doing it. It's awesome. And so I would love to do that. And put those together, but I can't. So I work with what I got and I do what I can. And, okay. So, thank you, Aaron, for monitoring this chat and make sure we're keeping it, to the subject, so to speak. We're not getting too far off topic on the, but again, you guys, please try to remember, all this stuff that they're putting in front of us, it's scripture. It's they do this stuff to throw it out in front of people. They don't believe in a God, they believe in the karma, right? That they, they believe if they tell you that they're doing something and you don't do something about it, it's your fault, not theirs. And so that happens a lot. I call it visual voodoo. And so it all intertwines with this television and what we participate in this world. And he warns us of these things, and he warns us that if somebody said earlier in the chat, I think it was Kinetic said, you must be wise. And there was some good things we should have talked about those, but he said, you must be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. And so, sell your cloak by a sword. There's things that are coming that we need to have our spiritual house in order above all things. These things of this world, as I was saying, they don't, it just beats me to death being here most of the time. I'd rather just speak the word personally, but again, it's not about me, and it's about the word going out. You know what I'm saying? It's about his word going out. It's about people hearing that message and coming to that truth. He'll draw them to it. Doesn't have anything to me. He tells me be fisher of men. I wasted over 10, 15 years of my life thinking it's because I didn't read the word. I wasn't, I didn't enough. I didn't know where it was at, but I really thought I could bring people to God, and that's in opposition of his word. He calls out his elect. He chooses them again. Try to go full circle with this again, that it's a chosen, select, elected bride, the contract that he made, just as the contract he was talking about there, it's a contract now. And so he commands me in his word to, I call it bury the books, build this archive, don't listen to this world. I got to be in it, but not of it. So I fight the flesh every single day and do what it is that he tells me, because I know it's coming. I know in his book tells me to, again, be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. That means I don't want to be fighting people for toilet paper or my bunghole, right? Wise and gentle. Now you're not fighting anybody, huh? You got a bunch of it somewhere else. Did I just take scripture and turn it into that? Yeah. Right? TP 2.0 tobacco coming to a grocery store, Walgreens, Piggly Wiggly, Safeway near you, right? You got to wait for it to get down there it's kind of funny, you know what I'm saying? So the wise is the wise virgin who puts up extra oil. And so somehow he must be working through me to tell me to put up these books. And again, as I collect them, and as you collect them, I could teach you with maps, as I was saying, that if I had a studio or something, I would blow up some of these images that I found and make awesome videos. And you know what I'm saying? Okay, we'll move on with the conversation. It's not about me, guys, but I just, these books you should collect for your own self library, so you could buy them for like $0.25 at a garage sale when you can't put a price on some of these. I'm not going to pull them out right now, but I paid, they're just right here. Here's some of my study materials are on this, right? I have the interlinear and I have the whole library back there and there. But anyways, what I'm trying to point out here is that what he has me doing is archiving, building an ark. So some people might call me a Noah. And that's my purpose. Otherwise, I just take my cross up daily and should be more thankful, as the stream says. Thank you for so much. I'm sure we hit 2,000, I'm sure, right? Who is the 2,000 subscriber? Who hit the 2,000? We've had to hit 2,000 subscribers by now, right? We got 2,000. Woohoo, right? Hallelujah, Father. Thank you for bringing people to this message, and your word is going out across the world, across the interweb wide world. right? The internet or the interweb, or is it the World Wide Net? I love it. Where are we at, guys? Somebody tell me. I can't end the stream. I want to know where we're at. Go ahead, San. You got my attention. I missed your question. I apologize. It happens. I'm trying to be thankful. You guys are awesome. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming. Everybody else is apologize that we have so many trolls. I don't know what happens with their I check the boxes for adults only stream, and somehow YouTube just keeps shuffling these younger kids that tend to have the same three things they all say. Books will be taken and not easily gotten. Yeah, if you bury the books, they'll be there. They'll be archived. But we now have Queen Jane's Bible. That's pretty. Queen Jane. What is that all about, Levette? What do you mean there? I mean, I don't like this modern day version. I mean, there's a lot in there to be had, but you still need to get a lexicon or a dictionary and take them back to their original text and define them in the original text. Oh, Queen James. Yeah, okay. Queen James, the author, right? Do you know that that the King James translated? There's a difference. Remember, translated the modern day Bible that you know. Because remember, before that time, it was written on tables of stone. It wasn't written in a modern day, foldable on pages Bible. So there was the Council of Nicaea where they had the, 150 Catholics and 150 Christians, and they made all their, and put it into this modern day. See, people have no idea how this came. Remember, it was written on tablets, right? Pounded on tables of stone, the law, right? And, this modern day version that we have is again, obviously a translation, of the original text by King James, who was an author, and not the king. There was more than one King James, right? James was the brother of Jesus, correct? Anyways, King James was an author, and before he translated the text for Constantine, he wrote the book of Demonology. You should look it up. Yes, King James. He was an author, not a king. But anyways, moving on, guys. Thank you for such a blessing to have this platform. You guys here, Levette's followed me over from TikTok. She's been following me for probably 8 months now. I don't know, maybe longer. I appreciate your the new Bible is just, and I don't mean to be, and it's just a watered down version of the text. It's not the original. It's not, you have to go back to the original language, glossa, remember, they spoke in a different dialectus. Are you a creationist? What is a creationist? I believe in the Most High God that created all things, the only I am, Jehovah God, the one of the I am, the Aleph, the way, the truth, and the light, one creator, one race, the human race, man, woman, stars, sun, moon. So I'm not sure what you mean by a creationist I'm sure there's because I don't believe in religion. I don't believe he dwells in houses made by hands. Yeah, there's no such thing as evolution, so to speak. I mean, evolution is like, get the hell out of the system. Stop buying Bud Light. Stop trying to go round and around like a hamster on a wheel. Fight with each other. Revolution. Round and round and round she goes, right? Yeah, like a rat on a wheel going nowhere fast. They want you to fight with each other. Evolution is not like, a man evolved from apes. If the man evolved from apes, why is there still apes? No, or like I grew a third leg or a kickstand. Evolution is in times of where we're at now when species die out and others flourish, not off, but down. The others evolve. They go around. They're like, hey, this system's not working. I'm not doing Abba Donald John. The guy literally has his house decorated with Satan. I'm not doing this Bidenstein. He can't keep his hands off kids. Mr. O'Vomit, we know what he did with the, the woo-woo, hokey pokey, turn yourself around, right? Joan Rivers, we know what happened there. They're all doing it. I'm going to go and start making my own power. Growing my own food, checking out of the system. See, an evolution means you go around. It's evolve, not revolution, evolution. Check out of the system. Bud Light America, Bud Light, the Christmas Jesus, right? Now you know what I'm saying? That's evolution. Okay, study it. not man evolved from apes, or we've digressed. That would be de-evolution, if nothing, at this point of humanity. They used to fight over palaces and gold and silver and land, and now they fight over like tennis shoes and IOUs, pieces of paper, right? Football teams. Dudes, millionaires chasing around each other in tights, a rigged, chasing around a rigged game, a low energy swine skin, right? Yeah, de-evolution. We've devolved. Trust me. There's no such thing as evolution. That's silly. Not in the sense that the reality, in this realm that, I guess, why do people call this the Matrix? So let's cover that real quick, guys. Why do people call this the Matrix? What does that mean? What does the word of God tell us the Matrix is? What a perversion of his word. You know what I'm saying? Red bar is washing. Red bar. Yes, thank you. Evolution denier. That's pretty funny. Evolution, that's funny. You evolve when you check out of this system, guys, and stop voting for these clowns. See, that's evolution. You go around, you adapt. In the military, we called it adapt and overcome. That is evolution. Adapt and overcome. Stop doing something and do your own. Ha ha, that's evolution. Ha ha. No, an easy explanation of the Matrix is the womb, period. That's not it. The womb, that is the Matrix. So thank you, Aaron. People call all this the Matrix, though. I've never, my son told me, see, now, would I be stuck in the Matrix? My son I sat down and watched all 3 of those movies with him. I even have them here. I don't remember watching those movies, although I do remember watching probably lot of hours of blogs talking about the movies, you know what I'm saying? But it's so funny, that people have made this whole perversion of the word Matrix, because it doesn't mean what the world says it does. Not at all. That has nothing to do outside here. This is not the Matrix. The Matrix is where we came through, the porthole, the Pisces, the fish, something smells a little fishy. I know, I like it. No, just kidding. My father, I apologize. Guys, I got to take a break. That was out of line. Pause. I don't understand what being a Matrix is not a program, but people blow it up. But that doesn't have anything to do with it, Sam. That does not mean what Matrix is. The meaning has nothing to do with what they're talking about, this whole Matrix thing. Even the movies don't have anything to do with. Yeah, my dogs got a bath today, Aaron, because they were both rolling around in the snow, just going hog wild out there, just beating the crap out of each other in the snow. They love beating each other up. Aaron, will you tell San what the matrix is again? The matrix is Vesica Pisces. Vesica Pisces. Oh wow, yeah. 65. That'd be nice. Yeah, we got snow today. We got a couple inches of snow here. Yesterday it was sunny here. I did a video yesterday out there building and stuff in the crazy. The weather's a little bit bipolar, if you ask me. Oh, that's in where scripture tells us that. So the matrix is the passing of an age. It is the eclipse. It's the eclipse from inside to this, out from that to that, passing of that thin layer of that, like the shape of a bow of a ship, right? 22, where Rangers at? Cool. Thanks for coming in, Finn. I know that was a long answer to your question. Did you like I hope that was a good answer for you, Finn. It was a truthful answer for you, though. I was trying to get you to undo that, a little bit of a decode. Thank you for that good question, because even just a simple question like that, which is a great question, turned out, I know, to be a long answer, but hopefully you got something from his blessing that he's given me. Yeah, no problem, Sandy. I'm one of those people. If it's on topic, so to speak, Sandy, we're not talking about there's no such thing as that's not a bad question at all. So, I don't know. Yeah, something's weird, huh? It's very surreal feeling at times, isn't it, Aaron? Very surreal feeling at times. I hear you on that. This world can be very surreal. This life could be very surreal, but you got it, son. That's exactly what it is. You got it. It is the womb. Let me show you. I'll do a teaching. I'll stand up to teach you this, okay? I didn't want to stand up because my legs are killing me, and I don't know. I got sciatica going, guys. I busted myself up too many times. Oh, Father, thank you for this blessing. Thank you for this truth. Thank you for this understanding, this knowledge, this aletheia. Okay, I want to take that one. I want to take that one. I'm going to show you why this is important too, guys. This is very on topic, though. It's coming to me. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father, for this blessing. All right, I got to work with what I got. Okay. Oh, guys, man, I just about fell over. That wasn't good. He's standing up. It's going to get long-winded now. All right, guys, you might want to get out a piece of paper and a pencil if you need to take a second. I'll try to go slow or whatever. I mean, I want you to be able to have a moment. Again, this is a thank you. Have we hit 2,000 followers yet, guys? Subscribers. I'm not on Tracy. You're not on TikTok. You're on YouTube. Old school. Go back to the old you. Have we hit that 2K yet, guys? We got 2,000 subscribers on this channel. We're going to take a pause for the cause. Thank you, guys. Thanks for being a part of this 2K live stream. Here, the thank you 2K thank you video. Here we go. You guys want to? I'm a time traveler, if you will. I'm eternal. I don't ever end. Not literally, not a little, but you guys ready to go back in time? We'll go back and forth in time. I'll take you back and forth through time. So we got to go back in time to get to where we're at here, okay? Say take you on. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, cool. Outstanding, guys. I appreciate it. And it ain't so about as much as the number. I care about this message going out and the right people being in there at the right time. So here we go, guys. Check it out. Let's go back in time and history to before the time of Christ. This time. So everybody got their seatbelts on.
See, cool. All right, everybody got seatbelts on. What do we got? We're gonna go. You got what is it called? The flux capacitor, right? We got the flux capacitor going. We're gonna get up to 88 gigawatts, huh? 88, huh? Really? All right, let's go back and we got to get right. Careful, watch out for that scarecrow, right? Holy Jesus Christ. Remember, that's what Marty said? They put a lot of this stuff in movies, guys. Careful, they cast visual voodoo on you. I'm going to take you back in time. This is a history lesson. This is not religion. Don't be religious in here, please. This is a historical as well as a biblical lesson, but it's not religious, okay? So, before the time of Christ, there was an age. Generally, these ages, we have celestial ages that take about 2,000 years to happen, okay? They take roughly 2,000 years. And at the time of Christ, before Christ was born on this earth, we were in an age that was called Aries. That was the age of fire, okay? This is not astrology. I'm not going to ask you to come in my tent, rub my balls, or rub my crystal ball and tell you fortunes, okay? This is not hocus pocus. I'm not going to ask you to read my palm. This is not astrology. This is astronomy. You understand? Jump to the hydrobaric collider. Okay, so we have the age of fire. Does everybody understand? Oh, what's that? Hold on, let's see. Fire, right? We're going to make fire here. So this is the age, right, of fire, which was Aries. Aries the ram. Everybody tracking? Now we're back in history. I can't see that on my... Can you guys see that okay? You understand this is 2,000 year chunk of time. Somebody asked a question about the matrix. So let's write this up here just so we can hold on to our thought. M-A-T-R-I-X. And we know what the matrix is. Everybody knows what the matrix is, right? All 33 of you. Christ was 33 years old when he passed. 37. Oh, hey. Okay, so we're tracking. Aries, boom, bam, okay? Aries is the time before Christ was born. Before Christ, this is before the age of the birth of Christ. The celestial bodies declared the heavens and declared the birth of Christ. Remember, there were wise men looking. These wise men, remember the wise men? They were pointing up, looking for a sign, a marker in the heavens, right? Remember the wise men? They were looking at the celestial gas giant, Jupiter. They were the Magi, and they were watching this king star because this would birth the king. Birth, the matrix, birth. Jupiter is a representation of Jesus Christ in the heavens. Cool. Right on. So when we seen the wise men were looking at in the heavens at that king star, it gets its name as the king Jupiter, right? Because it stays out the longest in the night sky, correct? And it is the brightest star in the heavens, right? Jupiter. Also known as the king star, the king. Again, I told you how it gets his name. This is the birth of two celestial heavens, two celestial bodies that would birth the king, the birth of an age. Pay attention, brothers and sisters. This is a history lesson. This is a trip through time. And the heavens are going to declare the birth of Christ. Yes, they will. Because when the king star, the king, it birthed with the morning star, right? What is the morning star? Not Lucifer. Lucifer is not the morning star. Stop saying that. That's blasphemy. Venus was the morning star. And this is the sign that the wise men, the magi, they were magi, and they gave 3 gifts. There weren't 3 wise men. Even though I have an image on that it's for teaching purposes. But these magi were watching the celestial gas giant, the king star, and when it birthed, it made a conjunction, a union, a celestial marriage of 2 bodies, if you will. Because see, when this body passed through this body, it made the image of the Pisces, right? The fish. The birthing canal. The birth, that's your under armor. They flag you all the time with this imagery. All over. It's all over the place. Visa MasterCard. This symbol in between here is called Vesica Pisces. So yes, when this celestial body passed through and conjuncted this inner between, there's an eclipse coming up, isn't there? There's an eclipse coming up, isn't there? Where these 2 bodies, I've taught you guys this already. I've taught you this already, why this, what we're seeing is not true. Because when we have a eclipse, hold on, guys. I just dropped my marker lid. If I lose it, I'll never get it. And when we see remember when the wise men, hold on 1 second, guys. I'm going to take my, when these wise men were paying attention to this king star, when the morning star birthed, when it conjuncted, the 2 stars married a star, it was a star upon a star, correct? Remember the wise men, they were watching Jupiter, and when it conjuncted with Venus, it made what was known as the morning star, correct? Not just one star, but a star upon a star, an eclipse, a little marriage, a marriage of 2 celestial bodies forming a porthole, or what is known as the ring. Yes, on one side. See that? That is the Great Red Dragon eclipse of 2017, which was a diagonal eclipse. Remember? An eclipse, that wasn't an eclipse. That's not how an eclipse works. I study every eclipse known to man that you could find in biblical texts and through all the different geology that's been left by man through all their, caveman. He put what he saw, in the heavens when he went out there on the walls. This imagery has been passed on through time. Even before the time of Christ, they were watching these markers, if you will. They didn't understand the age of what was happening here, but people have been watching the stars since the beginning of time. And a lot of them will have written what they saw in the heavens. That's a lot of what petroglyphs and things are. People don't study any of that. But when I study these things, I study all the way back to as much far back as I can go. And again, I'm trying to explain to you is that if you remember, they tell you an eclipse is when 2 bodies in school pass each other. They have to be the right distance apart, right? And they have to be the right. This all happens on what? On a horizon, on the line. They eclipse because when 2 bodies marry each other, that's what was known as the Star of Bethlehem. Correct? Or the Star of David. The pagan Catholic and the pagan Christmas church now calls it the what? The Christmas star, correct? So, again, when we see the passing of 2 bodies, what I'm trying to explain to you is that, remember, this will take and form this this Pisces, this Vesica Pisces, and then on one side, it will ring out. I just showed you that image on my arm, correct? When that body continues passing through, forming one complete body, it rings out to the one side. North, south, east, west, correct? Okay, do you understand? The passing of two celestial bodies forming one port, Vesica Pisces, one porthole, the marriage, the union, the conjunction between two bodies. What it'll do every time in history, you'll see it, is that on one side, it'll ring out, right? Because that's the first light that shows. That's that image that happens when you have a true eclipse. Do you understand? A true eclipse. That is the marriage. That was the marriage. So pay attention, brothers and sisters, because when this happened, remember this conjunction? This happened between 2 and 3 BC. This was the first sign that the wise men saw. This wasn't the only sign that the wise men saw. They saw the morning star conjunct the king star. This isn't religion. This isn't astrology. This is where these two celestial bodies married each other in the heavens. The wise men looked up. They saw that star of Bethlehem. As I told you, keep your religious nonsense out of my chat or ban them. Don't let them back in here again for the rest of this chat, please. But when in between 2 and 3 BC, this happened. Pay attention. We left the age. Yes, that's right. We left the age of Aries. And we came into the age of Pisces, known as the Vesica Pisces, the birthing the king. Remember, Pisces is a representation of Christ in the heavens. The Pisces symbol for Christ, on the back of people's cars, that's that Vesica Pisces emblem, isn't it? Well, that means a whole lot different thing now, doesn't it? So when we leave the age, that's exactly right, because when we birth the two bodies, we left a 2,000-year slice of pie, an age, and came into a brand new celestial age, and the heavens declared it. The birth of the king, the birth of Pisces, the lion. Remember the lion, Leo, the lion from the tribe of Judah? Remember in the heavens, the celestial marker of the king, the one who held the inheritance to the king? Dumb. The one, the high priest of the church, right? That has the crown or the inheritance. Shiloh, right? Remember the scepter sign said that talked about the lion? Well, it talked about Judah, right? The lion from the tribe of Judah. It said the scepter shall not depart, the inheritance from Judah until Shiloh returns. This is the second sign, brothers and sisters. This is the second sign that the wise men saw. They didn't see one sign, they actually saw a second sign, because when this gas giant, Jupiter, moved to opposition, it stopped and it pointed. This had actually been inverted, but we can do it this way. It stopped at the head of the lion, the king, pointing to the head of the church, which was the Shiloh, known as the Shiloh sign. Yeah, so they didn't see just one celestial marker. They saw two celestial markers, birthing the king, the birthing canal, the Vesica Pisces, the matrix. The first to penetrate the matrix is the womb. That's what this is representing. Okay, so when this Pisces, when this eclipse happens, you better pay attention, because we leave celestial ages, and it marks the coming of a new age. That did back between 2 and 3 BC. We left the age. So we saw one celestial conjunction of the birth of the king, which was the marriage, the union between the star of Bethlehem or the star of David. Jupiter moved to opposition and pointed to the head of the church, which was the Shiloh sign. We can find that in scripture that tells us that he holds the head, the inheritance of the church. He is the one with the scepter, right? That it talks about that. The one that's Shiloh, right? That scepter shall not depart from Judah. The king, the Lion King, get it? Leo the lion, Disney mocks him, Lion King. I told you they do this, visual voodoo. The lion from the tribe of Judah. The scepter shall not depart from Judah until Shiloh returns. So this is the second celestial marker that these magi knew that there was the birth to confer the birth of the age. And for them, the birth of the king. This gave King Herod the information he also knew as well to kill all the firstborn. Yeah, keep your religious nonsense out of this. This is history. So why I want you to pay attention to this marker, guys, because I hope you understand what Matrix is. I warned these, you guys on 2017. This is a little bit of me doing this now, but I showed you that red dragon eclipse in 2017 here in the United States of America, right? Florida, New York, America. In 2017, we had an eclipse starting the 7 years in 2017 that traversed through I'm in Oregon, through 7 Salems, right? I saw the sun and the moon. I was there, the moon hit the side of the sun. Remember this, guys. Remember, this is this eclipse happens horizontally, ringing out. In 2017, we saw the moon hit the side of the sun. This is what is known as the Great Red Dragon Eclipse. And then if you remember, if you were watching, that's why I got this north, south, east, west down here. It traversed diagonally through the sun. Remember, hence I have it right here, the Great Red Dragon Eclipse. I don't know anybody that has that tattooed on their body. See, an eclipse would be this way, right? It's the way my arm sits when it's pointed diagonally. So what it did is it started at the north, right? East quadrant of the sun and traversed from the north to the southwest side of the sun. Yes, it did. Look it up. That is not a true eclipse. That is not an eclipse. I've studied these things. I've told you I know. I'm trying to explain to you what a real eclipse is and how that works. Why I'm showing you what they're doing is trickery. We got another one coming up in April. The sun hit the side of the moon diagonally, and then it went the wrong way across the United States. The sun rises in where? Over here in New York, and it sets where? And then the sun came there, and it went the nuh-uh. No way. I have college, but I know what people know in college. I know what scientists don't study. I know what people in religious don't study. There's no opinions. This happened. You could be a witness to what your own eyes. I know that I was telling everybody, freaking out, telling people this is a bunch of baloney. This is crap. This is not how an eclipse works. An eclipse is 2 celestial bodies making the Vesica Pisces. That's not what this did. In 2017, and then it traversed through 7 Salems. How does the sun go the wrong way? Does anybody want to tell me that? How does the sun go the wrong way across the United States? Come on, all you people with PhDs and all you scientists and all you NASA guys in here that are talking out the side of your, degrees. Come on. Help a brother out. Tell me how the sun goes the wrong way. I saw it hit the side of the moon. It should have made that same, but it didn't. It started from above. That's what I was telling her, but that shouldn't be happening. Yeah, if you don't like it, just leave. We'll just moderators just ban anybody who's being interrupted so people can listen to this. I want an answer. I've already streamed for now probably 100 hours on this subject, and I've not had one person be able to tell me other than it had to be God, but I think I know what it is. Please take a guess, because that's not the way the sun travels, correct? Does anybody understand? For those that are listening, will you please say the sun doesn't travel from the west to the east? So I know you're listening, or something, west to east. Give me some kind of, so I know you understand that. Like you get it first on New York, like the ball drops, right? It's dark over here. It's lighter. That's not the way the sun traveled that day. West to east. Okay. So I'm just asking you if you got a good, cool. So you guys, then we saw remember in October, I held at my property, I had 5 hip campers come out here, and it started in Oregon again in October 23rd. We had another eclipse starting in Oregon, and it went through Texas. Everybody's forgotten about this because everybody's focused on this next one in April that's going to come through the west again and form the Atlas symbol over America, the Alpha symbol. But remember, back in last year, October 14th of 2023, I held the eclipse event here at my property. It started in Oregon again, and it went through Texas, traveling from the west to the east. The wrong way again. See, I did a live stream. I had 18,000 followers on TikTok. And just like today, it was a thank you video, and I did the same subject. That's why I'm covering it again. I did the same subject. How many months ago? Samantha, you were following me then. Some of you guys, Lavette, you were in here. Some of you were following me back then, right? That was back last year. Before October, I started talking about this. In September, before September, I started talking to this last year, before the eclipse actually happened. Before this one actually happened in October, I was doing live streams about this subject and said, hey, you want to get into my crazy head? You think I'm crazy? How come nobody since then has talked about how's the sun going the wrong way? And it's going to happen again, guys, and see, it hadn't happened, right? So then I warned everybody that what I saw coming was that this imagery, this turn up and turn down, it's everywhere. It's on everything. The Under Armour symbol is just a perversion of Vesica Pisces. It's the same thing. Your Under Armour logo, this is in many, many logos that you don't even see it. But this is the same thing that was perverted or inverted. And so I warned of this happening. I'm not a prophet. I warned of this because of what I saw. The imagery. They do it. Remember Visual Voodoo that I warned you about? And so I warned that we would see this inversion. They would take this and do this because we saw a diagonal that I warned of a vertical, not horizontal. An eclipse happens horizontally, guys. Simple. Don't overdo this. An eclipse happens horizontally so it can make the Vesica Pisces. It rings out on one side. This is the way every eclipse has ever happened, guys. The sun does not travel from the west to the east. Although it did happen, I'm not saying it didn't, okay? I'm just trying to get you to open your brain with me, and we can all, I did it then. Nobody still gave me an answer back then, so I'm not expecting any of you to give me an answer. Yeah, nobody can answer me back then. Okay, so, but I did say, and it's on TikTok. It's still up there, even though my channel's been down in the live streams, that it's still there. I still did that live stream telling you that this is what I see. They're going to take this. Now they've diagonally, the red dragon, I was trying to tell people for that to happen, the moon would have to travel up out of her atmosphere, come back down and go. That's not how the moon travels. And I know I saw the moon hit the side of the sun. So I was throwing a fit back then when it happened. I was freaking out. Everybody's like, Tracy, it's okay, man. Come on. I'm like, you guys, I do. So anyways, the reason too I was freaking out, guys, because remember, I had already seen the Revelation 12 sign in 2015, guys. In 2015, we saw this event. Hadn't happened in 2015. Remember the changing of an age in 2 and 3 BC? when the morning star birthed the king star? It was the eclipse of the morning, the Christmas star, the star of Bethlehem, the conjunction. Well, that happened in 2015. It happened again. So I was already on alert. You know what I'm saying? I was already on alert looking at these signs. And then I saw the Revelation 12 sign, right? That same year, guys, in 2017 was the sign of the Revelation 12. Remember? This was on my body, guys. I tattooed on this my body. All this that was this is the same year. Just so you know, this is how important this is to me. I have this year documented on my body. It is that important that I know that I pay attention, so he knows. So I can teach this too, guys. I've done this on my live streams before. So when I have a little better lighting and I'm not so tired, and but anyway, so it happened diagonally. I see the perversion. I see, Lil Wayne, and I'll turn down for what, right? And I see the logos everywhere, right? I see this Under Armour, and I'm seeing what they're signaling. I'm like, they're signaling the coming of this vertical eclipse, which in their music formed, if you remember, because it didn't ring out. Again, it didn't ring out. It didn't do it here. This time it caused what? As I said, black old sun, won't you come wash it? That's what it did. Remember, it formed that ring, the black hole sun, as they sing in their movies. Wash away the rain, because they knew coming in 2020. They knew this, guys, in 2020, that the birth of the king, right, and time, Chronos, Saturn, starting off their birth of the new year, Saturn, a representation of time, conjuncted. They still call this the Christmas star, guys. Online, they have Facebook fact checkers, but you can still call this conjunction back on 12/21 of 2020, that when both Saturn and Jupiter conjuncted, I saw that happen right out here on the property, forming that bright star again. We again left the age of Pisces and came into the age of Aquarius. And I'm telling you that less than 1% of the world even knows that right now. No, I'm telling you, not 99% of the world has no idea it's happening. We have already left the age of Pisces, and we are already in the age of Aquarius. The heavens have declared it. When the king and Chronos, time, a time marker. See, remember, how did they form the nation of Israel? By watching Saturn and conjunct each other in the 30s in the tabernacle, Aries, the ram. But you don't know nothing about that, do you? That's like secret, like squirrel clubs type stuff, huh? Mystery school, It's there, though. If it's not hidden from you. Seeking you shall find, asking you shall receive. Careful what you put in your eyes and your ears. There's a lot of trickery going on. Remember, next year on April 8th, next month, right? Couple months, on April 8th, we're going to see the sun again travel from the west through 7 feet, through 7 Palestines, right? Going to travel through 7 Palestines from the west to the east, going over Little Cairo. Yeah, Illinois. Everybody's talking about this X marks the spot, guys. But don't forget that Aleph back here with the vertical eclipse that went up and down, forming the black hole sun. And then we see the west to the east again here on April 8th. It's going to pass through the X, right? The X, that's where, it took 7 years. 7, in scripture, is the number of completion. To be sevened is to be completed. It took 7 years to form this Aleph symbol. Like the word abyss, ABYSS, is what is the word hell. Hell, fire, right? That word in the Greek is 2 words. It's 1 in English, but it's 2 in Greek. The word bis is knowledge. Bathos or Busos is the word. Busos or Bathos. Bathos is knowledge. Busos is knowledge. The aleph symbol, the alpha or the ok symbol, the leader, the aleph symbol in Greek is the first letter of the alphabet. He said, I am the aleph and the omega, the beginning and the end. The end, the 24th letter of the alphabet is X. Marks the spot. 2024. Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Where will we go? Oh, okay. Yes. The number of completion. X marks the spot. 7 to be completed. And the aleph symbol in the Greek means no. Just cancel it out. It means it cancels it out. No knowledge. Hell is the place of no knowledge. The aleph symbol, the United States, it's marked for judgment. They did it themselves. This is not of God, I'm telling you. This is not of God. That's not the way the sun travels. The sun does not travel from the west to the east. They're playing visual voodoo with you. I'm telling you, there's nobody else on the internet calling this out. I've not seen one person to call this out. But I don't know anybody else that has the black, the red dragon tattoo on there, this marker, all these same. So aleph symbol is the no knowledge, no. Bye-bye. It's the end of the world as you know it. That happened back here, guys, back in 2020. And I feel fine. Thank you, Father, for giving me this spiritual discernment to understand and not fall for their visual voodoo. I ain't falling for it, guys. That's not the way an eclipse happens. An eclipse happens when they horizontally eclipse. I know it birthed my Shiloh, my love, my king. So I'm not going to play their silly reindeer games. It says their stars can be corrupted in the word of God. And I put a lot of it in, you're right. So I think I'd be the guy that could tell you, if I got all this, remember? I got stars and mark. Remember, he said there would be signs in the stars and in the sun and in the moon for times, right? Stop signs, street signs, road signs for times and for seasons. Book of Genesis, right? Look up, your redemption draweth nigh. Who's crazy now? I'll be crazy. Call me crazy all you want. My name is Tracy. My dad called me crazy 5,000 times. Oh my gosh, I gotta get this. I knocked down my coffee. I didn't spill it all, but you guys, this is my love. This is what obviously I've taken a lot of time. I've got a lot of time invested. You imagine the time it took to sit down in a chair and to have all this put on my arm, it took a long time, got a lot of time invested. So discern all things. He tells us, believe no man. Believe no man. You don't have to believe anything I just told you. I actually asked you to discern everything I just said, like I'm lying to you. I wouldn't. Trust me. I don't want to go to the place of no knowledge, even though it kind of sounds like a vacation right now. I'm just on overload with knowledge. I can't give it up, guys. They're going to do this again in April. You guys, the sun is going to travel the wrong way again, and nobody gives a flying, you know what? Isn't that crazy? The sun is going to go the wrong way again. Nobody cares, man. I'm the only one who cares. I love you guys, but this is such a hard. I thank you guys for being here. I need you guys, and I appreciate the Father for giving me somebody to talk to about this. So, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. So be it. Throw me in the lake of fire for being a liar. And remember, he told us, if there's one of you in here that's a child of God and I have led you to stumble, I'm going to get thrown in hell, man. I understand that. I know that. Remember, he tells us you'd be better to have a millstone. You'd be better to have a millstone tied around your neck and to be cast into the sea than to hurt one hair on my children's head, right? Cause one of my children to stumble. So, Father, if I cause one of your stumble, I deserve the fire. Please. So discern it, guys. Please look into this. Things aren't what you think anymore. This is the sun. Today. Right now. That's the sun. No. That's not the sun. I only do this like to play cartoons with you, you know. Ha ha, Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer. Looney Tunes. Ha ha, Werner brother. My name's Werner. What is this guy doing? Yeah, this is the sun. What are you talking about? Who's crazy now? Are you trying to tell me this is the sun? That's what it looks like when you go outside? That's so 5 years ago, guys. This is the sun. See, it says today. Today. And it says sun on it. How's that even possible? Your brain does not. Why does he keep pointing at the moon? No, that's the sun. Your brain won't let you. But okay, hold on. We're talking about the sun, 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 sun. I talk about the S-U-N. I follow the S-O-N. Who controls the S-U-N? No, that's not the sun today. Stop it. That's not the color of the sun. I talk about this on my channel too, if you guys are wondering with our magnetosphere. Isn't that crazy? How does that happen? Your brain will not register that. Come on, it's a little off, but it's the color, correct, of the sun is white, hot, white. Better pay attention, guys. There are things that are happened already. No, there's no such thing as a sun simulator. I don't believe in a sun simulator, right? What is happening with the sun is very simple. Anybody welded? Anybody welded? When you have a flame and you start out, what color is it when there's lots of carbon in it? Right? Lots of carbon in the flame. What color is that flame? Right? Starts out as that color. I don't even know if I have one. Okay, I don't even think I could do this because I don't think I have a yellow marker. But hold on, this one. Right, yeah. Right, remember? That flame goes from orange to an orangish yellow to a yellow, right? And then it turns what? And then what color does it turn after that? That's right. It's part of our atmosphere. It goes white, and then after white, and when it burns off all, anybody a welder, and you turn that heat up all the way, it turns blue up here. So nothing has changed. Stop with this sun simulator. It's a good question, Aaron. There's no sun simulator up there. The magnetosphere, as I've talked about, is what I've been telling you guys about on the last stream, has shrunk and heated off all the particulate in our atmosphere, hence all the chemtrails being sprayed. See that? Yeah, I have a chemtrailer tattooed on my body. See that in the blue sky? Right? You got a chemtrailer tattooed on your body, Tracy? Yeah. I've been trying to get people to look up forever. What do you think they're spraying the skies for, guys? Really? Imagine that going in there like, this is what it was like 8 years ago. Hey, 8 years ago, guys, I've been talking about chemtrails for 20 years, but imagine sitting down in the chair and going, can I get a chemtrail? A chem what? I'll just hear, will you put this image on me, please? You guys, the next color of the sun, they're kind of signals too. I'm almost wondering if it'll happen, guys. I'm serious. I almost wonder if it's actually going to happen. Because remember, if you paint your roof that color, remember what happens when you paint your roof that color, right? We all know what happened about that island, right? What island is this? What island is this? What island am I talking about? What Mountain Dew flavor did they drink? What island or what Mountain Dew? Oh, okay. If that was that what they're signaling? Or are they signaling something else? It's kind of interesting. What's this guy here? Oh, wait, what's he got on? It's multifaceted, guys. I really think what they're doing is going to be very multifaceted. I think this is part of it. What's this guy wearing? What color is it, Eric? Oh, what kind of soldier is that? What kind of soldier wears that color helmet? Is that what they're signaling to? You guys, they do a lot of virtue signaling. There we go. I think because guys, when you just like they just did on their occult ritual, if you remember during the hold on. Hey, you went to the Super Bowl. Wasn't that what the Super Bowl showed? The fire and ice ritual? Doesn't that look just like the Super Bowl? Isn't that the stage look just like that? Didn't they do that on the stage? Isn't that the same thing that happened? It was red over here. Whoa, whoa, hey, 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 oh, ho, ho, with his phoenix and his stars. His star is Ishtar and his Ashtaroth, all its symbolism, the time, the passing. They showed you the eclipse, guys. They showed you this at the halftime. Oh, hallelujah. Thank God. Thank you for God. Absolutely. Give him the glory. So, again, guys, this is what I call virtue signaling. Okay? You know, remember what it talks about, that lady that with the guitar that came up behind. All of its symbolism, guys. All of its symbolism. None of that sort of Super Bowl stuff was not. I told you, it's all biblical. Everything they do, Satan copies God. Guys, let's simplify this. The devil has to do everything it says in that book to get Christ to come back with a key. Let's not around about this. Let's not, you know what I'm saying? Let's not Vesica Pisces. Let's not matrix around about this, right? Foot, right? Let's not matrix foot around about this. They know this is coming too. They know this passing of this age. They already know some of these things that I'm telling you. They know that that's why they keep signaling this birth. You guys, I'm not predicting anything to happen. But I feel like this April 8th thing could bring in something, a birth, remember, because unless they do every jot and every tittle, as it says in that book, that's what it takes to make that great and terrible day of the Lord happen. They have to make it happen, exactly as it says in that book, to get Christ to come back with the keys to let out their king that's locked up in the pit. Right? That's not religion, right? They do all the jots, the tittles. Every jot and every tittle will come to pass before that great and terrible day of the Lord. For the skies roll back like a scroll, right? And the pit opens up, right? The pit. They signal that too, guys. The opening of the pit and the smoke rises out of the pit. That's the seventh seal when Christ comes back with the keys and gives them to the angel. And they open the pit and their Antichrist is revealed. The restrainer is lifted, correct? Painlessly. Kevin, I want to go getting my body ripped from this flesh, though. I'm tired too, brother. Hang in there, man. Cool. Okay, so again, let's simplify it, guys. They have to make everything happen. The devil, I don't care what people believe in devil or not. The devil has to do what it says in that book. He has to, and then Christ will come with the keys, right? That's not complicated, right? Now you see why they do everything and they signal it and they do it so much. Because most people didn't see any of that at the halftime show, guys. They didn't see none of that. They're like, hey, yeah, party, yeah, hey, hey, whoa, hey, hey, right? I'm sorry, but party on, man. New Mystery Babylon, right? But that's a lot, guys. I recommend you go look at some of these content creators on this platform and other platforms that do decodes on this if you're just getting into this, because a lot of them, Casey from Enter the Stars, ENTER, the STARS on this platform is an amazing decoder, the best on the planet at decoding these type Super Bowls, movies, all of it. It's all of it. And he's not political. He's spiritual like me. He's a believer in the Most High. And I'm not religious. I don't go to no church. They'll throw me out in the church, guys. Yeah, well, me too, Kevin. I'm not surrounded by anybody, but no, I didn't say the world is ending. I think there'll be an event. They're going to do something kind of like a poly crisis, right? Poly meaning many. Titian, tick meaning bloodsucker. Politics, many bloodsuckers. But no, like a poly event. I think it might bring in a dome, like a super dome, a wall, if you will. You want my opinion? Let's have a little fun here, guys. Let's have a little fun here. I'll tell you what I think. I mean, I don't know. We'll get off the whole factual stuff and we'll talk about we'll do a little, this is called game theory, guys. What if, or, just thinking about something. So it's not the first time that you see it. You're going to act a whole lot better to something when it's not the first time. What won't come, Aaron, till 2040? What are you talking about? Won't come till 2040. You got to make it through 525 first there, Aaron. You were error for the last stream. Don't push anything after 525 in my chat, please. I mean, you can look to the future, but tell me what you got on 2040 because 2030 is a scam. It was hijacked. They hijacked Agenda 2021, Sustainable Development. The Phoenix? What do you mean the Phoenix rises out of the ashes? Interesting. What are you referring to? No. Yeah, they don't. Cool. Okay, that's the one you told me to. Okay, I'll take a look at that again. I don't have that much time. I'm not saying that there isn't validity because some of these people do forward studies that obviously I take and use these programs and stuff and do some of the others. So cool. And you already asked me to look into it. Okay. Looked in it's referring to the Phoenix. Cool. The Phoenix is okay. I told you. Yeah, cool. No, yeah, you already told me. You told me that. So absolutely. Okay, guys, let me throw my coat on here and throw another piece of wood on the fire. I'm out here off grid. So, hey, blessings, guys, much blessings. Thank you for whoever stuck around for that lesson. I hope that was edifying. Please discern all things. I'm still learning. I'm always in a study mode. All things are supposed to be discerned and we go over them. I'm not into science, but remember, true science was when you would dispute the known. You would always have a chance to put your theory, to put that known to a test, through your theory, and so they don't do that anymore. And most of what I've given you, again, I'm not into science, but the scientific theory is to go back and test, test the known, and because things are fluid and things change. Okay. So I can't thank you guys enough. I apologize. I never got that coffee that I spilled wiped up. Watch out, biggies. So let me get this because I had a little bit of coffee cream in there. I don't want it to get sticky. You're on the Synco bench here. Moderators, ban anybody that says the word yapping. Yapping is not allowed in this chat. Do not allow anybody that says that word in this chat, please. Just immediately, I don't care I'll be a little bit rough on that. But if anybody says that word, just ban them. We'll do that again. We did that on my TikTok. Remember, sometimes people have to now put the word yapping, so they'll be easily removed from the chat because they ain't about that, you know. Defiance is the new cool. And if any of my moderators remember, I used to throw people out of the chat for putting the smiley emoji because I'm a veteran. It stresses me out about Walmart and the internment of American citizens during World War II. You know, Americans, citizens of American, born and raised in America, American descent. So when I see that Walmart symbol, it makes me stressed out. It makes me remember that Sam Walton and his family, the Walmart gang, Pound Sand Johnson, you don't care about American citizens that were interned and put in prison camps, do you? You have no heart, obviously, because these were people who were born in America. And it was Walmart. The Waltons are the ones that interned these American citizens, guys. So see people, you know, and at least he left, you know, whatever, I'm out, that's good. But people see defiance. They have to do it. They have to do it. Yeah, this the Walmart symbol, the smiley face, the emoji. So the smiley face. So that's why it reminds me, you know what I'm saying, of that. So it kept my PTSD up. And so because those people were born in America, guys, they put people in prison after, you know, World War II, and it was the Waltons. It was the Waltons. Okay. It was Sam Walton, Walmart, the tax exempt corporation. And people don't think that, you know, Obama under the 44th presidential administration passed 923 executive orders, more than all the other presidents had ever passed combined. And Executive Order 11004 allowed them under the Federal Emergency Management Agency to relocate whole communities and to put them into work camps, guys. Make you do work outside because they're going to relocate you. And for that, you'll see this is done if you understand there's infrastructure that was built throughout this United States here by American citizens that were taken from their houses, land, wherever they were, and put into a prison. And they have it on the books that they can do it again. You understand? And so I get a little stressed out as a veteran that, you know, I served the war machine. And people don't think that could ever happen again. And it was the Waltons that were in charge of the internment of American citizens. Yes, Walmart. So when I see that symbol, it's like, you know, these people don't even, they're never going to see it coming. You cannot get out of the way of something you do not see coming, correct? So, yeah, I just don't like it. So, and it does, it reminds me. That's what, like I said, for a veteran like myself, it just doesn't, people don't think it's going to happen. So, I don't know, maybe April 8th. And then you'll remember this YouTube thing. You'll be like, damn it, that guy was right. You know, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But something, you know, obviously they have something in store for that day. It's a very important marker for these, you know, occultists and all their rituals, again, with their visual voodoo. They just played a bunch of it on people at the Stupid Bowl, did they not? They just played a bunch of visual voodoo with everybody. Okay. So we don't get ourselves in trouble. So we can keep this somewhat, because I know people are going to freak out when they hear about what I'm about to say. They're going to absolutely lose their minds when I'm about to tell you. Okay. If the sun did not travel in the wrong way 3 times, you know, in 7 years doesn't get your attention, I don't know what will. To be honest, I don't know what will get your attention at this point. But let's play for sake of the lessons over. Okay, the lesson's over. And now it's just theory. So none of this is just theory. This is called game theory, and it's what if, right? You know, so that maybe this won't be the first time that you heard it, and you'd be like, oh, well, they do that to you. It's called predictive programming, and I'm not trying to program you, but if you practice for something and you do it over and over, it's not that hard. That's why they do things to the public. They soft expose people to these, you know, things that are going on. So April 8th, watch it, Buggo, you big puppy. I believe that this Operation Warp Speed guy, Warp Speed, keep him in mind, Mr. Operation Warp Speed. We know who that is. Don't be political. This is just game theory. That Mr. TESLA, right, had technology that was using millimeter wave. Millimeter wave. You guys, I'm a veteran. I know that the first patent of 60 millimeter wave was done by the United States Navy. Yes, 60 millimeter wave is a weapon used by the United States services, armed service, and patent. You can look up the patent yourself and double check my theory. Double check my theory. Don't say anything because this is all theory. You can't say nothing. You can just participate and say, oh, but don't insult anybody. If anybody's being rude in this chat, if anybody says anything lewd, off topic, insults anybody, even myself, because normally I don't even care. People can insult me. It don't bother me. I've been called every name in the book. But don't let anybody be rude or lewd in the chat. Please, moderators, get them out of here. It's just theory. So 60 millimeter wave is actually what you theory known as 5G. It's actually 60 gigahertz. And again, I told you this was patented by the U.S. Navy, the very first patent on this technology, because it's called it's an oxygen. It's an oxygen absorption wave is what it is. If you look up theory, you can't ban me, YouTube, because we're just having game theory here, okay? So don't get hurt in the rear end. I know it's Valentine's Day, right? All their worship of the Valentine's Day, all their worship of that rear end, right? They love that rear end worship, don't they? Yes, they do. So this technology, guys, is what Trump's uncle, was very renowned for. Super renowned, very renowned man at the time. Very, like a Tesla or like an Einstein or you know, a Nostradamus. He was very revered. Okay, and when this guy who was messing with this millimeter wave, do you know that Tesla could take a shower? Tesla could take a shower without water. He used millimeter wave. He had this machine he could get in and it would clean him without any water. He had so many different ways to produce power and produce. I mean, some of the things he was messing with. I recommend you look at theirs. He has there's still a museum, a Tesla museum, and a lot of his machines, the perpetual motion, and a lot of this technology is still there. You can still see a lot of this. Okay, but the biggest thing that Tesla was talking about, and you can find information about this theory in the New York Times, that he was making this. Well, they called it a ray. Think about that, like a ray, right? A ray, because that's what he called it. He called it a ray, right? And it was an unalive ray. Okay, is what he called it, right? He called it an unalive ray. You can look up all this information. This is all historical record. This is not. This is theory. This is in the New York Times. What he was doing, he was building this millimeter ray He was building this millimeter array, and everybody thought it was one of these, you know, like a Star Trek, you know, like array. He was trying to explain to him. He actually wrote into the paper explaining that you guys got this wrong. That's not what I'm building. I'm not building one of these. I'm building a like a ray of sunshine, right? Like a ray, right? Like a ray of sunshine. And he was telling him, you know, I'm not building this, you know, that the pew pew. What I'm building is something that will cover a city so that you don't need one of these navies or you don't need a military. Because I'll build the greatest wall ever, and I'll tell you that I'm going to build a wall, but I won't build any wall. I won't build a wall because I'm not talking about a wall you can see. I'm talking about a 15-minute city. Yeah, like Hotel California, remember? 15 minutes this way and 15 minutes this way. You can't get out because, well, you can't see it because it's a millimeter ray. See, this is what Tesla was messing with, guys. Whether you understand what he was doing or not, this is exactly what Tesla was doing. And he told this is why they unalived him. And this is why Trump took his technology, his uncle, and has been this exactly, the Trump millimeter ball. I did that during the Super Bowl. That's the name of my live stream, was the Trump millimeter ball. Ha ha! Nobody got it. So when he says about a 15-minute city, guys, and just my game theory opinion, I don't think that means he means, how about a 30-minute city? Because if you're in the middle, you are from there, you can. So he was never talking when he said he was going to build the greatest wall ever, guys. Mr. You know, the son, Mithra, we know, for us people that know what he's doing and know the technology that his uncle had, right? This is the technology that I think could be revealed on April 8th. But they're going to tell you they need a reason to use this, guys. What is the reason they need to use and cover our cities and protect them? Why would we need to use this technology? What have they been putting in the news over and over that I've been telling you there's no such thing as? Yes, giants are real. Yes, the Nephilim is a bully. The land of Anak was the land of the giants. What are they telling everybody's coming? They even changed the name of them, didn't they? As is above, so is below. Correct? They need an excuse for this technology, guys. Yeah, giants are real. And this land of David slayed a giant. David, Goliath, right, was a giant, you know. Yes, thank you, LaJoy. Ephesians 6:11. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might. Put on the armor of God, right? So, this you will not see. What do you think? Coming to a theater near you because oh, wait a minute. I also believe that in this same time, guys, that this technology is going to be released. This is what will bring on this. I'm telling you right now, there is no such thing as artificial intelligence. That is not a thing. Advanced intelligence, yes. Artificial, no. That computer, I don't care if it's quantum, D-Wave, I've studied, ask anybody you know in the computer field. That computer will output algorithm, whatever's put into it. It doesn't learn. It does not learn. It doesn't learn. And for the record, there's no such thing as demons. Define the word demon, and then you'll realize that's part of your trickery with your hocus pocus of this bold nonsense with the, that's technology that they already have and have had since the 1800s, anti-gravitics. Remember what was happening during this time? Remember what was happening during this time? Same thing, correct? Oh, did I get that right? What was happening during this time? Remember when I was all pissed off about Sam Walton and Walmart? What happened during here? No, demons are not real. What is the definition of demon? Ban anybody that cannot define the word demon in the text and wants to put a false, my followers, I've defined demon a bunch of times. We define the words that we say. We don't just say what the word is and what we think it is and what we believe it is. I'm asking you what the definition of a demon is. No, you define it, Lopez, or get out of here. That's what I said. Don't use the word incorrectly. And the word Nephilim is not an alien. A Nephilim is the word bully. By definition, bully doesn't have anything to do with the size of a man or a woman. You better start defining the words that come out of your mouth because he's watching you. And if you leave the definition, you've left the truth. The aletheia. He said, I am the aletheia. The only way you're going to get through him is to speak that truth. Do not unclean truths. A demon is what? By definition. See, you don't know the definition. Please leave or come back, define it and come back. But don't spread unclean truths in my chat, please. And I'm stopping the chat because you guys are mixing this up. I'll give you this lesson if you want. I'll teach you that there's no such thing as aliens. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Whatever's here, it's been here. It's below our feet. It's locked up in the pit. It's going to be opened up and it'll come back out to be revealed. It's an AI antichrist, technology, fakery, hocus pocus. Okay, so when the sons of God, we're going to do a real quick, you're going to get booted out of here because I'll start moderating. If you go against what I'm telling you right now, because I told you it's the definition. The sons of God came in to women of men. This is where you're all been fooled. To create men of renown. The Nephilim, the bullies. Sons of God. What is a son of God? What is a son of God? What is a son of God? What does it qualify to be a son of God? What does the biblical text tell us? Not what your opinion, you're all speaking worldly nonsense. What is a son of God? I love it. You guys take things per. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to you, or you? Talking to all of you. What is a son of God? What does it qualify in text to be a son of God? We'll go back to the definition of daemonion that you're referring to. Daemonion. So does anybody know what the Son of God is? Because if you don't have any business talking about aliens. None. So does anybody want to define? I'll slow it down. I'm not hurting. It's not hurting my feelings. A person who does the will of the Father. Oh, so you have to be doing the will of the Father to be a son of God. Thank you, Levette. Somebody actually defined what the Son of God is according to the Word of God, to the text. in order to be a son of God, it says in the biblical text, it says that those that do the will of the Father are sons of God. You cannot be a son of God unless you're doing the will of the Father. Fallen, the word angel is the word messenger by definition. Angelos, or messenger. I recommend you careful what you're messing with, because I know these truths and I define them and I teach them. A messenger is an angel. It's the same exact thing. In the Revelation 9:11 says they have a king over them. Yeah, 9:11. The angelos of the abyss, the messenger of the bottomless pit, right? The abyss. They have a messenger, an angel. An angel is a messenger. It's the same thing. So a fallen angel, fallen like lightning from the heavens to earth, Barack Obama, that's what that word means in the Hebrew. I saw lightning fall from heaven. Barack Obama in Hebrew. Yes, that's what it means. Pulled my hair out during that administration trying to tell everybody, what do you mean, what is this? Barry Soetoro, his name is not. A fallen angel has fallen from the heavens and is not doing the will of the Father, correct? That's why he is fallen, or right? So a son of God is not a fallen angel. You've had your mind perverted with too much television. You will not define anything that comes out of your mouth. If you will, you should stop speaking translation. You should speak in definition. So when the sons of God came into women of men, they created bullies. You call it angels. That's not, they were already fallen from grace. They're not doing the will of the Father. The land of Anak. See, here's your Star Walker, Anakin Skywalker, Star Wars, Star Trek. What? You've been watching too much television. Anak was a place on this earth. They were told to go into the land of Anak. That is the wilderness in Scripture. If you would study and scout out the giants, the champions. There were giants. I didn't say that there weren't giants on this earth. I never said that there were not giants. I already said David slayed a giant. But a giant isn't a fallen angel. And a bully, Nephilim, doesn't have anything to do with size. By definition. So the sons of God coming into women of men, sons of God are those that do the will of the Father. That is the truth. The women of men are Jezebels, harlots. Women of men were harlots and Jezebels. Like when Ahab married Jezebel, he married truth to a lie. When the sons of God came into women of men, they created the Nephilim, the bullies. This is exactly what God is talking about. When that happened, he split the kingdom. For doing that, he divorced his bride Israel, and they gave up their power and their authority to the beast. Alien, does alien mean angel? Does alien mean angel? Or those have the same definition? Does angel and bully mean the same thing? See, you watch too much Star Trek. You watch too much Super Bowl. You watch too much Star Wars. If you'll define the words that come out of your mouth, you would know that the word daimonion is now been replaced with what you know in your scripture as the word devil. But the word daimonion is one who distributes fortunes. The word demon was a compliment. Yes, a compliment. Not, ooh, who are you going to call Ghostbusters? Unclean truths is what most of you are doing in here with your nonsense talk, because it's all not definition. See, I already cleared up. When the sons of God came into women of men, they were not talking about some fallen angel. You got to be doing the will of the Father to be a son of God. But you aliens, where is the definition of an alien, an angel? Where is the definition of an alien doing the will of the Father? An alien is not a son. See, you perverted all this together. TV did that to you. Television did that to you. if you'll define the words and match them up, if they don't go together, they're not, they don't match. They're not the same. Definition's not the same. You can't tell me an apple's an orange. You can't tell me that somebody who's fallen from grace, fallen from the heavens, the ruling class to the earth, the ruled, because that's what heaven is, and that's what earth is, if you'll study. Hell isn't what you probably think it is either. This guy's telling me I don't know what heaven, hell is. Oh, do you know what earth is? Is everything real around here in this earth, in this plane, time, dimension, third rock, spinning through time and space, supposedly from the sun in this third dimension that we live in? Is this reality? Are we really spinning through, corkscrewing through time? What does the word of God tell us? You'll believe anything you're told, huh? They got to get you to believe in space, guys, to get you to believe in this crap. I'm telling you right now, it's all theory. You don't have to believe anything I say. You can look it up for yourself. But they have fooled the masses, and soon they'll be relieving this technology on you. And all you silly rabbits, tricks are for kids. I'm warning you, if you think that something's coming over your head, well, good luck. And if you think it's an alien, no, it's not. It's just this technology. It's all it is. It's technology. And they're going to reveal the Antichrist as AI. Oh, it'll look real. Oh, it's got to look like Buddha in India, right? Got to look like Jesus in the Americas, right? Oh, thank you, Mr. Musk, with your big old Starlink satellite system, setting up the big show. Setting up the big show. Because what I think they want, guys, let's not forget, they gave you the greatest jabba dabba do ever in Operation Warp Speed, Captain Kirk. What's all this Captain Picard with his phallic, Musk with his phallic, all this phallus work. Why is it, again, that we keep seeing this technology coming from above that's literally erasing and turning everything to ashes below, and nobody's talking about that? That technology. Do me, baby, right? Ooh, sorry, that's how it went. You guys, if you ain't figured it out during this time, during WW2, they were just going after one group of people, right? Just one group of people. Now they're unaliving everybody. They are. They don't care. People don't want to hear me. They're unaliving everybody. Wasn't it like stand on the X, go inside, lockstep, a worldwide? Everybody's waiting for a one world government. That does not say that anywhere in scripture. Does it say the word one world government? No, it doesn't. Put it in the chat if you think it does. Prove it. Prove it with the word of God. Tell me where it says one world government. It doesn't say that. Everybody waiting for a one world government as you've been lockstep a one world governance. Oh yeah, stand on the X. Put on your face diaper. Put your ritualistic shame muzzle on. Huh? Go inside. Flatten the curve. Lottie-dottie everybody. There wasn't one nation that wasn't involved. And then you all did the roll up the sleever, didn't you? Did you get boosted? Get boosted? Boost. Oh, how many times? How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's a lot of boosting. Or that's updates. Did you get updated or did you get boosted? You guys, my point is they want to unalive people. And nobody even cares right now. Nobody cares. It sucks because they're not just going after one group of people. Now they're going after everybody. So they obviously want to go down to, what was it, 500,000 people? Remember for the rocks? And oh no, don't get me there. Don't get me started on those rocks. Remember the number they're shooting for? I figured out how they're going to do it. What is Mr. Musk talking about? They need an excuse, guys. They need an excuse. They've already shown you this. I've been seeing this since I was a child. Since I was a child, I've been seeing this in television. Remember? John Connor, right? What has Mr. Musk been releasing? Oh my God, they got loose, kind of like the bug, huh? The bat bug, right? You guys, this is going to be the excuse. I know it. I know. I'm telling you, it's all going to be intertwined too. I'm telling you, some of it, I don't know how they're going to do it, but they need to release this technology, get rid of this oil technology, and bring this. They had a car that could go over 1,000 miles on a single charge in the 1800s. Tesla can't even want to go 500 miles right now. Horse pucky. I'm a veteran. We never needed to fight one oil war, not one. Think about under the operations I served, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, in the 90s, 2 to 3 million Iraqi women and children lost their lives. Not men of fighting age, but people that didn't sign up for a war. Somebody that never wore a battle dress uniform. BDUs. They didn't ask for it, and they lost their lives in the name of oil. Oil. Did we ever need, if we had a car that could go back in the time of 1800s with this technology back here, anti-gravitics, electrogravitics, perpetual, all these things, this technology, that some of it's still in this Tesla museum you could go see today. Did we ever need to file up one? I'm not saying it doesn't have some kind of application. Think about how many people have lost their lives in the name of black goo. I'm asking you, was it necessary? Do we have something that could have been cleaner and greener? Do you not understand that that's green energy kills oil? The death of the dollar is gone. The petrodollar is done. The whole currency is backed off the dollar. It is the petroleum dollar. 1971, the Bretton Agreement, Richard Nixon, the suspension of the convertibility of the dollar into gold, right? Henry Kissinger goes over there, brokers. All right, we're going to price all oil in US dollars. Now, if you buy oil, you got to pay with our dollar. The golden credit card, the reserve currency, back from remember, all the gold goes in Fort Knox, right? We were brought off that. And everything started to be backed by those OPEC nations, right? The Saudi nations, Afghanistan, remember? The oil dollar, hello? Why? We had technology back here. We would have never need to fight those wars. There never needed to be an 11 and a 9. Mr. Abaddon John never needed to drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. Yeah, Mr. Trump, he didn't need to do that. He shouldn't have never done that. Yeah, him. The guy, he's got property down there in Manhattan, doesn't he? He was there, wasn't he? He's in charge of all this, just so you know. He's in charge of all of this. Don't you forget that his family has this technology. His family has this technology. Yep, old piece is right. Thank you, Homestead. And who does he support? He's King of Israel, right? Somebody finally said it. I've said that in so many streams. Finally, yes, somebody talked about the dancing Israelis. Oh, man. That's beautiful. That's so awesome. So, what do you do when you get locked in one of these cities, guys? What do you do when you can't get out of there? Are you smart? Is that a smart city? No, I'm not from Texas. I've been to Texas. This land. Think about the war, though, Super Shadow, the oil. It's all about oil. It's about using this technology. He's in with the Bushes. Don't think he isn't. He's been around. Go look back at. It's not hard to find. Actually, you guys, one of the best decoders on this, he doesn't do any of this, is Casey again from Enter the Stars. If you want to find out about, Trump's buildings and towers and numbers and all the symbology, numerology, and Casey from Enter the Stars will rock your world when it comes to Drumpf. Mr. Trump, Mr. 45, right? Mr. 88, right? 8 is the 8th letter of the alphabet. Remember, it tells us in the word that the seventh king will be revealed as the 8th king. The 7th king will be revealed as the 8th king. Correct? So there's no way, because a lot of people call Donald Trump the Antichrist. See, the Antichrist was the 7th king. Read your scripture. He will be revealed as the 8th king, somebody you saw in your lifetime. Remember what the word of God tells us, right? Word for the Messiah, though. Well, thank you, Miss Billary, for that, right? And all the bushes. Stay out of the bushes. So the 7th king will be revealed as the 8th king. You guys, 88 is the Antichrist. 88, remember, this is what Mr. Trump is trying to reveal to you if you have an eyes to see or a hearing ear. 88, H is the 8th letter of the alphabet. HH is the Antichrist. And never forget, the Antichrist, this is not physical. What they're about to reveal is an AI, but it's a spiritual now. The physical is just the advanced, right? Intelligence. It's a spiritual Antichrist, brothers and sisters, that they're going to reveal as AI. See how they're going to trick everybody? So 88, because that's what, if you look up Donald Trump in Gematria or Donald John Trump, it equals 828 or 88, which is the signaling of the Antichrist, HH, because HH is the Antichrist. What does HH mean? HH is the Antichrist. Who is that? Somebody you've seen in your lifetime will be revealed as the Antichrist. Also, he loves his numerology with 14 because they have a 14-word decree in their 88. Yahtzee. HH. What does that stand for? Why does Donald Trump's gematria numbers equal this? Why is everything that I have 88 campaign offices. Dial 8088. 88 Marcialago offices, right? All this 88 symbology. Healy Hansen? No, that's not it. Anti-aircraft. I like that. Nice. Thank you, Homestead. Good answer. But what is 8 is H, the 8th letter of the alphabet. HH is the Antichrist. This same technology, guys, back then they were messing with back there. Remember? They got pictures of saucers with turrets in the Antarctic project. What? What was the name of that operation? FBI is going to love this. The FBI can pound sand. FBI is just a corporation. You better send the DOD. Oh, why you got to go straight to the top, Tracy? Yep, pound sand, FBI. Kick rocks. You're a tyrant. And you stood down and you didn't protect the American public during the COVID. Go home, turn in your, stop collecting your paycheck, your failures. All you government officials, congressmen, senators, FBI, CIA, CID, DOD. I don't care whatever alphabet soup agency they are, they're failures. Be not partakers in their unfruitful works of darkness. Right? So who is the 88, guys? I'm going to end it, guys. If you guys can't pick up here a little bit and let's move this lesson a little forward. I'm trying to give somebody a chance to get this answer. Who is 88, the seventh king? Who was the seventh king? Because the seventh king will be revealed as the eighth king. I put way more on this board than I already should. Because obviously we got a bunch of trolls in here tonight. A bunch of the kids are in here. I can't stand YouTube has the most horrible adult filter ever. So does anybody know what 88 equals? Who was the seventh king? I'm just ignoring them, so don't worry. I'll just see zeros and ones. You know what I'm saying? I just see zeros and ones. I can see your guys' comment. You know what I'm saying? So does anybody know who the seventh king was? Because most people don't. Oh, Ahab wasn't the seventh king. All right, guys. The seventh king was World War II. H.H. Heil. I'm not going to say his name. That's who will be revealed. That's who the seventh king was. It revealed as the eighth king. His number is 88 because he will be revealed as the Antichrist. I believe he will be revealed as an AI Antichrist. They'll use their technology to reveal this, guys. You saw Tupac dancing across the stage, right? Look at, they just did all these 4th of July shows and stuff, New Year's with all these drones, and it'll be visual voodoo, guys. Most of the stuff is not going to be things you can see, like this wall. Again, you're not going to be able to see it. There'll be technologies that are going to be released. So I apologize. We were dragging on the HH thing, guys, but not too many people get it. See, this is what this guy was looking for. The master race. Remember, the seventh king was looking for the master race. This is the one that's locked up in the pit. The spirit will be revealed as the Antichrist. Using AI technology. I believe this is how they're going to pull it off. And I think they want to get rid of most of us if you know what it is that they're trying to do. What's his name? We're using Hitler. He wasn't appointed. There you go. You got it. Some of you guys have got it. Some of you guys actually, I've seen it, just read through a few of your, some of you getting it, and some of you guys are a little bit off, but I'm glad that a few of you guys are actually understanding what's going on here. So, yeah, well, I know most people don't want the swastika, and that was a symbol of peace before Hitler had ever inverted, right? This peace symbol. He went to look for the master race. He went to Tibet. Do your homework. Do your research. Yeah, he went to Tibet. He went there looking at the monks, the Tibetan monks, because they had longer arms. They were taller. They were stronger. He was looking for that master, the Canaanite. Somebody got it in here earlier. That's what was going on with this. And they were the Svastis. That's what they were called. You see this symbol and you get all butthurt because you don't know your history. Remember, we already talked that this is these pagans worshipped this wheel going around it was the actual Big Dipper going around the North Star, right? The cup, right? And the handle of the Big Dipper, right? Going around the North Star. That was a symbol, also known as the Yule wheel, right? The Yule wheel, or the celestial fire wheel, known as your Christmas wreath. People see that, they're like, it's because they have about a brain about 1945. That's it. Their brain will only go back to 1945. The last time this emblem was used, but it was used for thousands of years before Hitler had ever inverted it. Silly. Look how many I've just ignored them. Oh, the swastika, and the swastika. I'm butthurt. Yeah, you don't know your history. You don't have any idea what that is. That's 923, 1223, 323, and 623. That's where the Big Dipper's at in the night sky on those days. If you go outside and look at, that's where the cup is at and the handle is at. Grow up. Grow up. Seriously. That's what it is. It's the North Star going around the pole star where it's at in the night sky. See, these heathens thought there was a goddess of heaven up there, guys, spinning this around. A goddess of heaven. God said, I control the Pleiades. Remember, he did it when he was here, and he controls this star. So I just think it's funny because at this same time back here is when this technology was being messed with, guys. You understand? This technology was being messed with back here, correct? They were talking about this same stuff. Were they not talking about these? They called them, they changed the name to protect the innocent, remember? They always do that, right? They were calling them this. The bell, there you go. Thank you, Kinetics. Finally, a few people actually, I knew you'd get it. Thank you, Kinetic. Exactly. So they were dinking around with this technology back then, guys. I think they were trying to reveal this stuff back then. Some of it, obviously, they didn't get to go or they wanted to go with it, but I do believe that this is something we're going to see a Super Bowl. See, there we go. Look, why did you make a swastika? Look at the ignorance. Just sheer ignorance, guys. 1945. That's all this person knows. And that is ignorance. I didn't say you're stupid. The difference between being ignorant and stupid is you've been told. That's right. Somebody who doesn't, you've been told and you don't want to do anything about it. Actually, that'd be brutish is what it'd be called, right? But somebody who doesn't know because they haven't been told does not make them stupid. Okay, so don't get mad if I call you ignorant. That just means you don't know. I'm not holding that against you. That swastika has been around and was a peace symbol. Like the word demon was a compliment. In history, was always a compliment before it was ever what they used to pray to their ancestors, daemonions, for fortunes. It was a compliment. A demon was a good thing. Wow, really, Tracy? Yeah. Do some homework. You're so like a TikTok video or a short with your history. Go back and research your history. Well, no, it has always been a sign, but it's been inverted. Now your only brain thinks it's offensive and your brain hates it. So don't get mad at me when I see this little emoji symbol and it snaps my military PTSD in that they take American citizens and put them in prison camps, work camps, in during this time. Because if your brain gets so offended by that, how come my brain can't get offended by a smiley face, huh? There you go. Defiance is the new cool. Look at this. And we got a bunch of kids. Look at them. They love it. They want me to stress out. They want people to have stress. It's the defiance generation. So, isn't that pretty funny, though? I mean, I'm just trying to relate that with you guys. I'm trying to be real. See how offended people get by they see something, right? Well, I can't get a little PTSD when I see the emoji because I know that Walmart is the one who interned those American citizens. Sam Walton, you see the relation? See how quick that, you know what I'm saying? Love you guys. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I'm all right, guys. You can't say yapper, you're banned, Cartel. Yapper is a term that's banned in my chat. Every time, anytime you come in here and you say yapper, you will definitely be banned from my chat for at least the next 24 hours. So. Tell me what work camps you're talking about. I'm talking about during World War II, they interned American citizens. They were Japanese descent, but they were born in America. And they weren't the only ones, guys. If you do your research, it was the Waltons, Sam Walton, Walmart. They were the ones interned American citizens, in charge of interning Americans, putting them into work camps and building infrastructure in the United States. There's a lot of infrastructure that people do not understand that were built by American citizens. They called them Japanese, but these people were born in America, born here. And they interned American citizens, and it was the Waltons who did it. Sam Walton, the Walmart gang. So that smiley face it's stressing for me. I can't stand their attacks, or excuse me, they're part of the Homeland Security in cooperation with a subsidized, government-funded corporation. And nobody cares. Nobody's like, nobody gets me. Whatever. I don't care who. It doesn't bother me, guys, that much. I'm just telling you. I see it. It's like, oh, God, man, I remember my history. I'm a veteran. I fought for people to be free, right? Nobody cares. Nobody's even think they would put people into a work camp. These people were born in America. They were born in this country, and they put them into work camps. You guys, Obama passed an executive order 11004 under his 923 executive orders that allowed the Federal Emergency Management Agency to come in and relocate whole communities and put them into work camps, guys. This has been done before. This has been done before. And so probably, hey, they'll probably take all the trolls first, right? All the people that don't, the easy, low-hanging fruit. They probably won't mess with people, honestly, personally, guys that are fighting back, speaking up peacefully. It'll be the people that don't have any. Remember, no toilet paper, you're gay, all this stuff they're putting in the chat that's just nonsense. Those are the feet first that run to these cities. They'll be the first person that get swooped up by all this stuff, guys. So don't worry about like I said, focus on what you're doing. Keep going. You know what I'm saying? It's not, there's nothing we can change here. It's already every jot and every tittle will come to pass for that great and terrible day of the Lord. Okay. So I'm not that stressed out about it, but it does make me remember that Americans are very complacent. They'll forget their history, and it'll happen next time, guys. I believe it's part of this event too. Just so you know, I believe this is part of this same event, guys. I really do. With all my heart, I believe this all is going to be related. They talked about a poly-crisis event, like an 11 and a 9, the 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes. You know what I'm saying? But it would be a poly crisis is what they called it. So I believe that's what we're up against. And it took a lot of years to pull the switch on 9/11, right? It took a lot of years to prepare for that day. But one day the switch was flipped, and we were there. And since that, remember, we went over it, gave them excuse. They needed a scapegoat. Somebody put in here the dancing, right? We know that. We already know that. See, as a veteran, it's hard for me. I served in the 90s, guys. That was in 2000. Right? I'd already served my country, honorably discharged out of the military. Freedom, right? Freedom is dangerous, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, freedom should and always has and always should be dangerous. That's right. I mean, right on the edge of that's freedom. When a government fears its people, that is freedom. And when the people fear the government, that's tyranny, and that's what we see now. That's what we see now, correct? The government should fear us, guys. That's what freedom is. The price of freedom is never paid in full. Tracy Werner, United States Army tyrant, discharged, honorably veteran. That's right. The price of freedom is never paid in full. It's an eternal price that needs to be paid. Men, women gave up their lives, lost, and yes, willingly gave their lives. So you could be a free American today, to have the freedoms that you have in this country. And because people do not want to rock the boat and continue to pay that price, you have lost the freedoms that you once had in this country. That's right, because you got to continue to pay that price. It's an eternal price. It's an eternal vigilance that we must hover over, a dangerous freedom. They threw tea in the harbor over 3% tax. The price of freedom is never paid in full, brothers and sisters. If you want to continue to have the freedoms here in America, you must continue to pay that price, or you will lose it. There is a price to be paid, and it is never paid in full. That's right. People gave up and lost their lives. Are you willing to pay that price today to continue to have the freedoms that you have? No, you won't. You'll shut up. The only people who have done anything in this country, in America, is the cowboys and the veterans. You've all stood down. Some of you are actually starting to speak up, okay? You are. I hear you. You're like lions, and I love it. Woo! I love it when people speak up and come together, and they don't let these governments divide them. Divide and conquer is a tactic of war that's been used against the people for masses, for thousands of years by the governments. Get them fighting with each other. It saves you a lot of ammunition, right? Oh, look at them. They're taking each other out there. Ha ha! They're laughing at you. Stand up peacefully. I never said do anything violent. Use your mouth, use your voice. Do not be the silent majority. I said I hear you roaring like lions. Some of you, I hear you. I know it feels good, huh? Stand up peacefully. Careful, you have a lot of power. What you buy makes a huge difference in this country. Remember Bud Light? Bud Light this system. Bud Light this whole system. Check out of the system. Become your own boss. Yeah. Become empowered. Become your own power company. Yes. This live stream, the 20K Thank You live stream, is brought to you by the sun and the wind. Thank you, Father. Yes, become empowered. Empower yourself. Check out of the system. Start doing something for yourself. Become your own police. Police yourself. You need somebody to police you? You got a problem. Communities used to police each other. You know that before all this tyranny? They would police each other. If there was a bad apple, they would weed them out. You remember what happens to one bad apple, huh? That's why he says, dust off, don't leave that. Remember what the word says and go to the next town, right? So stand up, brothers and sisters. Use your voice. Or I think you're going to end up in one of these little smart 15-minute cities. Breakaway societies. People who are growing all their own food, non-genetically modified. Living on a farm with other people. No cost. Eventually, it's going to cost you at the beginning. I got my money invested in my batteries, my solar, my wind, but I am the power company. I decide when the power goes off and on my house. Nobody's going to hook me to no smart meter and tell me they can turn off and throttle my heat. You can do it, guys. You can do this. It can be done. You start by taking one step at a time and stepping out of the system. That's evolution, okay? That's what I want for this country. I want people to be free again. Free is having your own land, not bothered by people. Free is growing food that's not been manipulated, genetically modified, growing a seed that you can grow the very next year. So you can continue to feed your family year after year after year. This is freedom. This truly now is the American dream, if you ask me, okay? I live it. I've been living that out here for 10 years. I've been off the grid for 5, going on 6. You can do this. I get up and I make my way in this world. I sent no money to Ukraine. None. Break away from society and eventually you won't need any money. You get yourself a nice little, you guys, I just saw a parcel on the opposite side of town from where I live, 20 acres for $15,000. $15,000. I bet you if you walked up there with $10,000, $11,000 cash, he'd give you the deed for it. There's land out here on land payments, a couple $100 a month. I've got 2 properties I still pay on a land sale. Actually 3. Yeah. I have 20 acres here. I paid $103 tax on this lot. I paid 98 taxes on that lot across the way. I paid 103 on that lot for 20 acres. I have 65 acres out here. I probably paid less than $500 in taxes. I have this land, guys, because I've tried to share it. If you follow me, you know that I've tried to have people come out here and stay on this land with me and give them access to building a cabin. And I have extra power inverters and solar panels and stuff so they can get out here on their own and be free. Somebody said, that's not freedom. Okay, well, whatever. Go to your Starbucks. You're free to go eat your McDonald's, drink your Hi-C, your Coca-Cola, go for it. Don't get out of the city. Sure. Empower yourself. Go ahead. Stay hooked up to that smart meter. I've been thinking about letting people come back out here again. I shut it up for last winter because I didn't want people coming out here and getting cold in the middle of the winter and then me worried about somebody being out here in cold. Because I wouldn't come off of it. I'd always make sure they had wood over there or wherever they're at on this property. I have other properties too that I could put someone on another property. If I don't want them here on this property, I got 23 miles down the road that I could set you up in a cabin over there. Come out here in your motorhome, camper, tent, RV. I don't care. See, where could you go in the United States right now and park your camper where these little white trucks won't come or whatever and run you off? It's really hard to find a place. I know a lot of people who tried to invest in a tiny home and tried to do that, and then they couldn't set it up. Then they end up having to sell all theirs because too many regulation. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm telling you can do it. Okay. Selling tiny homes. Yeah, I saw that. Cool. There was a big thing. So, I build cabins, guys. That's what I'm doing. I build cabins. I build them now because these cabins are the cabins that I was going to give away. Actually, I wasn't going to give away. I was going to give away your room and board so that you'd have something to build to live in so you could build another one here somewhere on the property, put it on a skid. All my cabins are on skids or wheels or trailers or semi full. This is a 40-foot semi trailer that I built this cabin in out of 40 foot. I got a 53 footer over there. I have a 28 footer behind me. If you're following me, I've been building the Rusty Dragon out, right? You've seen the build on that. Give me a follow on this, subscribe to this channel. You see me build that out. The Rusty Butterfly, that can be built out as well. There's another cabin out here. I'm taking these 3 cabins so personally I can gain a source of income, but I never planned on building this as cabins, guys. These cabins were supposed to be for other people to come here and build out with me so they'd have a roof over their head. I would set them up, would be self-sufficient. I have wood stoves. I have all the things that's needed for somebody to come here. I was hoping somebody'd already have, something, but it wasn't what I was looking for. Again, on Levette's been in here as my witness. Levette watched me for 6 months, literally throw myself on TikTok, trying to get somebody to be serious and be serious about it, but it didn't happen. That's okay. But so I shut it up for the winter because I didn't want anybody again to be out here, but I've been thinking about bringing people out here again. because I'd actually like to get enough responsible people out here to be able to leave for a couple months. I've been doing this for 6 years straight. 6 years ago, my own blood, not my family, but my own blood came after 15 years to be able to come out here and have everything I need. They took everything from me, everything I had. The only thing that was left was my Arctic tent. Couple little, nothing left out here. And I had everything actually more than half of what I owned was for people like you. Again, it wasn't for me. So why are you buying those? Those are big old boots, Tracy. You don't wear that size 13 boot. You were like a 10 or 11, right? No, I didn't buy it. I'm buying these for other people. You know what I'm saying? You sure spent a lot of time worrying about everybody else, Tracy. Yeah, I want to help people. I like to see people thrive. You know, I want to see people doing what I'm doing. This is a lot of people doing what I'm doing, and I'm not the only one. So I don't mind taking my time and having the past guys to prepare for other people away. And so, but I need to find like-minded people that can pick up where I'm at and do the same or similar thing. You know what I'm saying? So, again, it's something that I will continue to maybe open up this. If I can find some like-minded people who believe in, you know, you got to be a believer in somewhat of predestination, so to speak, that God is in control of these things. You know, I can't have somebody come out here that's a satanic person. I ain't going to have nobody like that on this property. They ain't going to work for me. I'm not saying you have to be a fanatic or a teacher like me, but, you know, you got to be righteous somewhat. Right? I don't care what you did in your past. We're all filthy rags. You know what I'm saying? The Apostle Paul was a murderer of Christians. I would see it by what you, I would see it in your fruit. You would be able to talk to me and look, guys, so I'll open up the door right now, not to anybody in particular, but if you're interested, I can either get you to where you could come out here to other locations, show you where you could buy a land sale contract for a couple $100. I could show you where land is at. I'll give you all the information that I could. You know what I'm saying? I could give you all the information to this area, right? I could teach you how to get into the best areas out here from what I have learned in the last 10 years of being in this area on which is the best areas, which areas, you know. So I'm willing to give, you know, I'm saying I'm willing to teach you my woes of what I've seen out here and what that's, you know, people have problems with. And beautiful camels in there. Lots of land. Yeah, if you look on my, like I said, Levette's follow me, she'll know. I mean, guys, I've tried for a long time actually to get people to come out here. But I said once the spring, you know, hit again and that I got a little sunshine out, it would probably be a little more apt to. Now it snowed again today, but whatever, it's gonna burn off. We're not done with winter yet. But my biggest concern was having people come out and not be able to, you know, in the middle of winter. That's not the time that somebody would need to come out here. So closer to the spring, and I'm building every day almost out here right now. Okay. Yes, Levette, thank you. And mental health recovery, I appreciate both of you. You sisters are golden to this channel, and you're an asset. And I love you, sisters. I really do. Both of these are people, again, that have followed me over from my TikTok platform, guys, over there at the Predestined for Light channel. So they would know, no, the ground's thawed out here. There's no ground. The ground's not frozen here. It's not frozen right now. I can go dig tomorrow. There's no frozen. It's not frozen. That's what I'm saying. I've been out here building. So no, the ground's not frozen. We just got a snow. Yesterday, I was out there building on the Rusty Dragon you know what I'm saying? It was all sunny outside. It was nice. And, you know, I was saying the sun was shining. I felt really good. So that's how I felt better today. I really feel a lot better with more sunshine. So, and I told people that. I said, as soon as I get some more sun, I'll probably stop being such a stick in the mud, but I don't want to look after somebody. Well, thank you, Fairy Chew. Appreciate it. All glory to God. So it will happen, guys. And so what I'm hoping, honestly, is that I can find a couple responsible people, okay, to come out here and be a part of a low cost or a no cost eventually style of living. You know what I'm saying? Where you don't need money, guys. Eventually you'll get to where if you came out here, you could afford the land. you could get a part-time job and pay your land out here, pretty much nothing. There's work, there's plenty of work out here. I don't have a job. I work my land. I buy, I sell, I trade, I fix things up. I raise animals, hogs, sheep, goats, dogs. I work my land. So the cabins were part of me to get off the internet, because I work a lot on the internet buying and selling. And since the COVID, it's just madness, guys. Everybody thinks everything's Uber Eats or DoorDash. You know what I'm saying? They want me to lower my price, even though I'm out in the middle of nowhere down, something's $500. They want to give me $200 for it. And then they want me to deliver it to them in, Klamath Falls or something, which is 2 hours away. And they don't want to pay me for gas. And people have gone mad since the COVID online. They don't act the same. I've worked online for 20 years buying and selling, and I've never seen the way people act since the bug. So this has given me a chance to try to work towards something to get off the internet, because it's hard. I'd rather almost dig ditches sometimes and do what I do, and take the day off. I feel better busting my tail all day long physically than I work for 3 hours on the internet and it wears me out. And I'm like so exhausted mentally that it wears me out physically. So, this has given me an opportunity to do that. So, but that doesn't mean, guys, if you follow my channel, I've got enough material out here to build another 3 cabins, including the material that I need for all the cabins that aren't finished, that the material's out here sitting next to them as well. And that's what I'm doing. So I put material next to the cabins, to build out for when people came here. I started building them half or a little more to get them going. That's why the whole exterior of the Rusty Butterfly is done. The Rusty Cowboy that I live in, it's, if I could get out of here and start building my underground house in the back that I want to live in. This cabin was just a guest cabin that I live in now. I didn't build it to permanently live in. I built it to have guests in. So if somebody came over to this property, I could say, hey, you guys stay in the cabin for a night or two. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God, it's like being on a movie set. I feel like I'm back in time, like I'm on a John Wayne. I mean, this is the property out here. The property out here, it definitely looks like a movie set. You know what I'm saying? You've been on here all day, bro. I know I'm trying to get my watch hours to 4,000 so I can get the channel monetized, so I can make $1, not off of YouTube. Okay. Oh, and somebody gave me a $20 Cash App. Gosh, who was that? And I don't want to call anybody out, because some people like to give without saying anything. That's what God doesn't want us to say anything. But I got off my last stream, guys, and somebody gave me a $20 Cash App. I appreciate that. Again, Lavette Carter's in here. She sent me a $25 Cash App. And, is it here? But then I'm going to show you that. That's actually in the, I can't bring it here, but you'll be on the next stream, Lavette. I'll show you that palm nailer that I bought for the cabin, so I can do all. Remember when you look up at the cabin, you see up all the Rusty Dragon, see all the little lights shining through at the top. It's predestined for light. If you have the ability, be great. So it's not required, but all those little things above the beam, I probably should have done it before, but I just didn't build it that way. So I need to get those. It's called bird blocking is what they will call it, or like fire blocking, or, I have to get that up in there. And I did the one end. I'm putting a 2x4 piece up in there, and it took me 20 minutes to get that nail over there and that nail. I got it, but it was like, now I could just take my palm nailer. So thank you, Lavette. I bought a tool with the money that Lavette gave me, guys. It's a palm nailer. I had another gentleman that gave me a $25, and Lavette, I hope I'm not by saying anything. Lavette gave me a $25 Cash App. So I took the money and went and bought a tool, guys, again, so she could see her contribution to my work, which you can see on a daily basis. I'm almost posting. She can see the tool that I bought. And so I appreciate, guys. I try not to, I don't spend money on anything. I don't have credit cards or anything like that. To be honest with you, I would probably, which I never have, because I I would probably buy dog food right now because I don't have any dog food, which is the first time in 11 years of having. I raise dogs, and normally I have lots of dogs, but again, since my video putting out about the overlay video about that federal land and the waters washing up on the ocean, my TikTok live stream was taken down. All the numbers on my TikTok, I can't go over. You can look at my numbers and you can see it doesn't rise. It just goes to a certain point real fast. I get the views and then it's shut off. It doesn't allow, any more views. And so I haven't sold anything off the internet in 2 months. So financially I'm in shambles, but whatever. God will provide for me. Actually, I paid I got as much as the other things as I could together. I did some flip-flopping, and I actually was able to pay all the land payments this month, which is a blessing. You know what I'm saying? And that's 65 acres of land. So I have the 20 acres paid off, and I've been paying on this property for 10 years. And I've been paying on that 5 acre for 4. So I almost have 15 years in payments in this, so, I'm heavily invested. I don't want to not be thankful that I got them paid, by the grace of God this month. I already had some things that I did 3 months ago that I finally got paid on. So, but again, Levette, I appreciate it. Again, whoever asked, if you want to make a contribution, it's not required. It is the $ predestined for life. And, but I haven't never not had dog food. So I don't want to lie to you. If somebody sent something, I probably, because that person sent that $20 to me, but I can't go to town, guys, until I can buy 2 or 3 bags of dog food. I haven't been to town in a few months. So that's why I haven't sold anything in a few months. I've been to town in a few months. Normally I keep 3 to 5 bags of dog food on hand, guys. I normally have 3 to 5 dogs. I raise them, but I'm down to the 2 that I have. So, yeah, because we don't have cash out. Mental health recovery. I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to, let's not do that. Okay. It's there, you guys, if you want to, but I do appreciate it. And again, I feel blessed, and thank you guys. We hit the 2,000. Yeah, I have a cash app. Yeah, if you have a cash app, I think I was supposed to send one to mental health recovery, and I haven't. I just really, I don't know, guys. I'm trying to be humble. I told you it's really hard for me to take things from. I'm just used to being self-sufficient. I'm used to not really having to rely on anybody. Actually, most of the time I'm giving to people and never really had to ask. I had a bad situation when I was really young, and I borrowed some money for my family. My son was being sexually abused and physically abused by his mom, and I had to get him out of the situation, and I had to go get an attorney. And so I borrowed some money for my family, and my blood, and they screwed me hardcore. I wasn't able to make it the payment. Something came up. I was a single dad. I didn't, I worked. I had a landscape company and I worked my tail off, but attorney bills are really expensive, right? And my son was in danger. I had to do what I had to do. So I borrowed some money from them, and they charged me so much interest, and they made me feel so bad because I missed the first payment. And after that, I could never make it up to them. You know what I'm saying? And since then, I've just been very hesitant to take anything from anybody because it seems like it always comes with such a price. You know what I'm saying? But that's not how I am. I don't mind giving, but that bites me too a lot of the times, guys. So I have to be honest. I've been a little hesitant about bringing people out here, and because I want them to, I'm scared, but I'm done with that. I got to be a little more trusting, use my spiritual discernment, and give people some opportunity here. So if you give to me, don't think that I'm not going to turn around, and if you watch me, you'll see I'll give my heart, my soul to try to give what I have to others, because I want others to share
in the, I have a beautiful 40-acre parcel out here, and I would love to have people out here. It's so beautiful out here at night. It's so quiet. You guys, this place is so quiet. Again, when God says, go to that dark place in secret and pray, I can just lay anywhere on the property. And it's here, so I want other people to enjoy that stillness, that quietness, I mean, I could build on this property a place where you could come out here with your spouse and you guys could be, you could be getting swatted, right, by your neighbor, because you're over there with your lady and she's like, yeah, but she's screaming, no, right? But actually she means, yeah, but it's too close to the neighbors and they heard no and screaming. And next thing they know, you've got a SWAT team member at your door, right? You guys could be doing your business. I wouldn't hear anything. I mean, I got space, and I apologize, but you know what I'm saying, guys? Open. I could wake up in the morning and it's quiet. I don't hear not. I've done that on videos. Remember, I've done that on some live streams on TikTok. I'm walking around showing the cows or some of the livestock or whatever out here, right? And I'm like, do you hear that? Can you hear that? Please don't tell me I'm crazy. Somebody else hears that, right? You can hear that on the stream, right? I'm not the only one, right? Can you hear? Do you know what is that? Right? What? Nothing. Right? You can't hear anything. Guys, it's so, right? You guys at 8:30 in the morning when everybody's hustling and bustling and going to work, and you know what I'm saying? It's so quiet out here. You know what I'm saying? So I want to share that. I want to share that serenity, that tranquility. I'm right off the mountain range. You know what I'm saying? I've got a beautiful spot, the best spot in the valley. If you ask me, the icon of the valley is at the end of my driveway. When you look up this area, there's a picture of this place. That's the end of my driveway down there. You know what I'm saying? Table Rock. So I have that spot, that iconic spot in the valley that everybody is, if you look up this area, it's going to show you, you're going to see my place. That's pretty crazy, right? I got a good spot, why would I want to sit here by myself? You know what I'm saying? And so that's where I'm at, guys, so I appreciate it. I've tried to give and give and give and give and give. And so I do appreciate people who is, given the contributions, because I know money is not easy to come by in this day and age. It's not. It just becomes worth less and less and less and less. But if the Lord will stop beating me up and let me sell something, guys, I'm listing more things. I have 27 things on the internet for sale right now, so I don't stop listing things. And as the weather breaks, I'll pull some more things out. I have some tools that I bought last year, and I worked on them, and now I've drained the fluid, and these are tools that will sell better. Table Rock is, there's a couple of Table Rocks, because there's Table Rock down towards Klamath Falls or Medford, I think, too. But no, this is Table Rock in Silver Lake, Oregon. Again, like I said, this place here is something that it's a gem, and I would love to share it with others. And so if God provides me that opportunity, I have the means. I'm saying, people really wouldn't need to bring anything. I would hope again that somebody would, whatever, it doesn't matter. But again, the thank you stream was to thank everybody that I love it. eBay as well. That's where my store is. Cool. Yeah. See, a lot of people live off the grid and are very successful at doing this. Just because God hasn't provided for me doesn't mean that you can't do it where you're at, and I have to look at it that sometimes too, is that, like, let's just game theory. Okay. What if, right? Yeah. What if I had 4 or 5 people out here, right? And I don't know, a couple months ago, somebody did something out here that upset the whole apple cart. 6 months ago, right? And things were bad out here, right? I don't know. Who knows? Anything that could be possible. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Ranger, there's some beautiful spots out here. There's some really, I mean, I'm right off the edge of the wood line. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that far from the woods. People, oh, you live in the desert. And it's not what you think. I could go 15 minutes. I could be cutting wood. 20, 15 minutes. I could be at a lake. I could be at Anna Reservoir. I could be, you know, there's petroglyphs around here. There's all kinds of, you can walk around and find arrowheads all over this valley. Some of the most beautiful arrowheads. My son has found dozens of them out on this property. I don't really look for them. I just leave them there. But arrowheads and a lot of artifacts still sitting all around this valley. You know, I told you they just found an 18,000-year-old camel tooth out here. Okay, guys, the oldest clothing on the earth was found right here in my backyard, right over here, just down the road. You know, it's in this valley. This place is very old. It's amazing. The sunsets. Literally, I've done it on a live stream where the sunset on Table Rock is on the west side. It doesn't light up just there. The whole valley will light up. I've done it. I spun around on a live stream and showed you every single cloud in the sky completely lit up. I've never been to any state in this union, and I've been to all 50. I've lived up on top there in Alaska. You know, I've lived out there in the ocean in Hawaii that have, you know, I've never seen the stars like they look in this valley. So, yeah, why would I want to share this with everybody? I constantly, you know, why do you try to get people to come out there all the time? That's such a neat place, and you're going to have a bunch of people move out there. Well, good. Ain't that many people going to move out here. There's lots of room. There are 20-acre parcels out here, 40, 100, you know. They're big parcels out here. These people have room, you know what I'm saying, to grow, room to grow, right? Room to see. Again, I don't understand that neighbor's over there, you know, making a complaint because you're over there bumping with the lady and you live on this little tiny parcel in this big old huge house, right? Big old huge house on this little tiny piece of land. I would any day of the moment of the year, day, I would take a big old piece of land and live on a little tiny cabin, then live in a big old house, because then I could have 5 cabins. There's 5 cabins out here, right, guys? So again, that's kind of my idea. Again, you know what I'm saying? I mean, what an opportunity. I could have 5 of you come out here right now and build a cabin out here, single level cabin. I've got on just this parcel. I'm not even talking about the other parcel that I have, because I got another 20 acres next to this one. Just on this parcel, because I've done this before and walked, because there's that much grade and everything's just more flat out here. Like it's not, this used to be 400 feet under the ocean. You understand? 400 feet under the ocean. What's that? Do a camping type resort, almost like Airbnb. Yeah, I have Hip Camping out here. If you look up Hip Camp, you want to see this property out here? Get on Hip Camp. I'm the #1 hip camper out here in the valley. I have more reviews and more images. I have the #1 hip camp out here. Look up Hip Camp and look up High Desert Sky View. High Desert Sky View. Or what is the other one? Because I have 2. They'll both come up. I'm the first one that comes up in Silver Lake, Oregon. And you can see a lot of beautiful images. And I have obviously more, but cool. Yeah, this place is a gem. And I would just, if I had 5 people come out here, we built 5 cabins, I wouldn't even be able to see you. We would all have separate. Now it's this 20 acres would spread it out, but I could literally put 5 cabins on this property and we wouldn't see each other. That means we could literally kind of, if your driveway went out over there, you know what I'm saying? We could make it to where we really wouldn't always even have much contact with each other. That's a blessing, guys. So, you know, thank you for being a part of this. And I thank the stream, and I need to be thankful, guys. Even if God beats me up every day and I can't have anybody out here and I'm lonely and I'm tired because I've worked so hard to spin my wheels, so to speak, as far as I'm not, because I've done it. I lived out here for 5-6 years off the grid, but I can't forget that uh, I'm blessed. You know, not only do I have this 20, I'm still paying on it. I've been paying on it for 10 years, but I've got the other 20. So I've got a 40-acre parcel out here. I've got another 20 up the road, 3 miles. You know, remember I built the UFO. I bought that property just to build the UFO on, just to build the UFO. That's it. You know, what a blessing out here. And even if I can't share it, I still need to remind myself that God has blessed me. I need to get over this loneliness and again, that's why I'm like, okay, maybe I should just, you know, like I said, focus on getting somebody to come out here. I'll write up a contract or something and maybe go more for just a work hand or something, you know, just try to hire a hand, you know what I'm saying? And don't try to have somebody come live out here like that whole, you know, somebody maybe wants to come out here for a couple months or so, and it could turn into something, you know. But I need to open up myself to have the ability, you know what I'm saying, again, and then it will present the opportunity. And I believe, again, like I said, at this time, guys, that like I said, we could have 5 people came out here, and in 6 months ago, it could have interrupted the old apple cart, and we could all be in drama right now. I could have, you know, whatever. I'm saying, who knows, right? Cops involved, and who knows, right? So God bless me. I don't have to deal with any of that. And so maybe he will provide for me now the right people that are supposed to be here. And that's why he didn't want something like that to happen, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I tell myself these things every day, guys, because I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I got to figure something out. It gets lonely. It gets tiresome. It's hard to raise. You know, that's why I removed the livestock from this property. I can't do sheep and goats and chickens and rabbits. And, you know, like I said, I can't raise all that livestock by myself, hoping that somebody will come out here is why I had it too. Because it normally takes 2 or 3 people to run what I have done out here. It's not impossible to do by yourself, but it's tiresome. I still live off the grid, and I'm a minimalist. So I'm a minimalist. I don't live like most people live. I live minimally. But doesn't mean I don't have lonely weekend. Yeah, and things of the world kind of bother me sometimes too. But a lot of the times I'm happy. I'm not saying that I'm miserable. That's what I'm saying. It sucks because sometimes I'm like, God, I'm so blessed. Why won't you let me share this with anybody? There are people that are totally successful. Please, you know, let me bless some other people, Father. Why is this, you know, and so whatever. I told you, I already told you guys, I have my own battles with him. You know what I'm saying? And I know there's others. So that's why I keep coming on here and being a crybaby and whining to you, because I know other people hear it and they're feeling the same way. And I'm a grown, strong, real man. I ain't no soft man, but I get weak sometimes inside too from the loneliness. It's isolation. It's actually more like, at times to me, it becomes torturous, you know, because it's not like, again, I could be in a prison locked up and I could have conversation with men. I might have to throw hands every once in a while or something, but I could have a conversation. I could still preach the gospel every day. I could be, you know, I could, you know, why you have me here? What is this all about? You know, I've been here for so long, you know what I mean? I just can't. So I don't think that I haven't had thoughts of putting myself in, you know, in a position where I put, you know, get myself locked up, you know what I'm saying? Do an RV park. Yeah. Hey, Sophie, I this is why I bought the one in front, was I was going to do it. An RV park is out here, guys. He's doing amazing. He's doing amazing out here too. Oh, yes, cool. Bless you, sister. My Aussie sister over there, mental health recovery. I appreciate your messages have come in perfect timing too. God, the Lord works in mysterious ways. So, yeah, he's doing. There's a guy who opened. It's I can't remember the name. it's not Mountain High. It's something mountains, something mountain. You guys, he's doing really well. I think he's a little high on his prices, but he's offers showers and full hookups, full humanities. He's got like a recreational room in there stuff too. So for the area, it's a little expensive for people. I think he's like, and it's cheap for most people that don't live. I think it's like $700 or something. That includes your power, showers, everything's included in that. Gosh, he's always pretty full. And what I was saying, guys, is a lot of his people that he's renting to are building houses out here, building cabins. They just don't want to stay on their land. It's off the grid. They don't have a well in, they don't have a septic in, they don't have power. So they'll hook up there, right? And they'll drive out to their property. And that way they got showers and stuff out here. That's why I bought the 20 acres on Bowens Road that I have 3 miles from here. I was wanting to put four plexes. No, for the month, for the whole month. 4 plexes, right? On that 20 acre parcel. 4 plexes. And I was only going to rent them out to people who were building houses in this area. I wouldn't be renting them to the locals. You guys, there's not one place to rent right now. And anywhere in this valley. There's not one place to rent. There hasn't been anything to rent out here in years. Things come available, but they don't, there's nothing to rent out here. So if you built a 4-plex out here, you could rent it to just the people who were building houses. You wouldn't even have to rent it to the local people. There's that many people building new cabins out here. This place is a gem. It's an absolute, like I said, there's no mechanics available. Do you know a mechanic? Do you know a mechanic? Because every mechanic that comes out here, the farmers scoop them up. Say, hey, you don't have to lay on the desert floor anymore. $50 an hour, $100 an hour. I'll pay you $150 to come work on this Komatsu tractor in a heated bay. Right? Come on over here for $100 an hour and work on this, John Deere. Learn a trade that will pay you triple your money. You know what I'm saying? And they don't last. So we get a good mobile mechanic out here. But if anybody's been a mechanic and knows that a lot of mechanics, once they've gone into a shop, they don't want to lay on the ground again. I can respect that. But if you were one of those mobile mechanics that could pull a tent and a couple, a floor system, you can make $500 a day out here, never cracking a head on anything, never doing air filters and spark plugs, and you just hanging parts, nothing, just basic just preventive maintenance. And you can make probably $500 of cash out here a day because nobody's doing it. $500 ain't nothing when you're making $150 an hour from a farmer paying you under the table to work on his tractor. See, guys, so mechanics don't make it out here. That's a job that somebody could do out here right now. There's nobody doing it. I'll bring you to the only mobile mechanic in town. He's not even mobile. And his house looks like a stinking, not a junkyard now, but it looks like a car lot. He cannot keep up with his work. And I think he's a fool. I can't stand the guy because he's over promising and under servicing and making people wait out here, which is bad business, And so that's, you guys, you could look. I told you that property was $15,000 for the 20 acres. Okay. I paid double that for this property over here, but the land over here is $40,000 for 20. $35,000, not over on the other side of the valley. I live in the good spot. When I came out here, the land was the same. The lot prices weren't any different when I first came out. It didn't really matter where you're at, pretty much the same. It was all just remote. And I kept telling them about this side of the valley and what I saw. I said, this is going to, no, it's not. It's always been the same. I'm like, whatever. You don't have to believe anything I say. I know. I pay attention to cycles. I watched Ben grow up. I went to Mountain View High School. I moved from LA up here with my mom and went to Mountain View High School in the 80s. I remember there was nothing here. Reed Market Road was out of town. Anybody that, and it all blew up. It grew. It got huge. It's competed with Napa, Star, Meridian, all that in Idaho for the number one growing city in the U.S., Bend, Oregon, and then I remember Lapine, Oregon, used to go hunting out there. There was nothing out there but the Wickiup Junction. It's full now. Bend goes all the way to Lapine. The next spot is out here, guys. That's why I knew that this eventually grow too. And it's dirt cheap compared to living in either of those towns. You know what I'm saying? And so I knew economically too, when I bought property out here, the downturn in 08 and all, I knew what was going on. So when I came out here, out of town, the driveways were 3 and 5 miles apart, right? In town, a little town up there, they were, every 10th, 12th property, little, real spaced out in town, even though we were in town, all the way down Christians Valley Highway. Every third lot now, every 10th lot out, it's growing and it's amazing because I told you it's real, real great. It used to be, people have a cabin on that property and you can't even see them. You guys, people have sold their big, huge houses in Bend. The median house price is $800,000 in Bend. So they said, honey, we can't do this anymore. I'm tired of this. Let's cash out, whatever. We know this is economically coming. Let's take and turn our 401k. And they cash out. They come out here with a couple $100,000 and they buy a huge chunk of land. They go buy all you guys have permit to build a house out here from top to bottom is like, when I just talked to Rick yesterday, he said, for the CUP, conditional use permit, $600. So you can't even pull a permit on a septic in Lapine for $2,500. You can build the whole thing out here yourself. The planning commission out here, you can work with them. Again, somebody could come out here, like I said, and buy a little parcel like they do, right? 20, 30, 40 acre parcels out here. There's bigger. They put a nice, modest 1,000. Check this out. Watch this. 700 square foot print. 700 square foot print. Basement. You need it. Basement. 700 foot first floor. 1,400 square foot. 2-story building. Little cabin, 700, deck out on the top, and you're like 3,000 square feet on a 700 square foot print. There's some people out here been doing that. Some people are just living in a nice little cabin like I'm building over there because it's easy to eat, easy to cool. They own all the gravel. They own the power pole. They own all of it, and they still got $100,000 in the bank. And when I see them down there at the gas station, because the farmers didn't want anybody to come out here when I first moved out. They try to run me out. They run everybody off out of here. They wanted to keep the town I sat on the Chamber of Commerce, right? I told them it was going to happen. Then, there's been 10 people like you in the last 50 years come out in here and say the town's going to grow up. It's never going to grow. Okay, guys. I'm telling you, they come out here and you see them. They're glowing. They're literally glowing. They're like, oh my God, they're on cloud 9. Because they used to work this big old huge job to have this big house and this little tiny parcel. They said no more. They came out here. It's quiet. It's peaceful. They bought the little 1,000, 1,200 foot double wide, triple wide. You don't have to do the tiny home cabin thing, guys. You can just do, but easy to eat, easy to cool. There's many of them out here. Many of them you can't see. But they came out here and they gave up all their bills. And they love it out here. And they're basically retired and they just sit out here and on their porches and right? They love it. Looking at the stars. And I know because I'm an energy person, guys. I'm not an empath. I'm not one of those. but I see people's energy. That's how I bought this property. Before I ever bought this property, I came out and drove out here and sat in front of the store for 2 days straight, and I watched people. Just watching how people were. I'd never seen anybody anywhere. I've been to all 50 states. I said, what in the hell is wrong with these people out here? Everybody talks to everybody. It's like everybody knows everybody. Everybody's smiling. It's like everybody's like on soda or something. They're like, woo, we're all bubbly. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what's going on here? You drive down the road, they're like, yeah, still to this day, you drive into town and they still wave, right? You come from the town where I come from, you wave and say, fuck you, pull over, right? You know? So, bought a trailer, place of land, and couldn't have made a better choice. Cool. So Tori's doing it. Yeah, other people are doing the same thing. Same thing, guys, moving out of these cities into places like this. You know, this isn't the only place that you can do this, okay? But this is a very affordable place, okay? So again, what I'm doing out here, you guys, they didn't like people like me when I come out here, because some people come out here and they build some of the shoddiest stuff, and it's a little bit of a danger. And we do have cold winters. It's been very mild here the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, I came out here the first 4 years, there was not 100-degree day, not one. And this is a desert. I grew up in a desert. It's supposed to be hot during the day and cool at the night. You know what I'm saying? But it's been very, very moderate. Okay. The last 4 or 5 years have been really, really nice, you know? So, again, I've been out here for 4 or 5 years, completely off the grid. You know, I came out here in a tent, and a lot of people come out here and they just don't make it very long. You know, they've never been in a desert. They don't know what it's like to have cold mornings and hot days, and the wind blows, and it's not that tempered, but it's not that extreme, right? It's almost a happy medium. It'll be more towards the extreme than the temperate for sure, but not it. You don't want to go to a place when things break down where it's nice and temperate. That's where everybody is going to go. Correct? I mean, come on, let's be real, right? So I picked a place that's kind of like the happy medium. I did a lot of homework before I ever moved out here. I told you I drove out here from Idaho to come out here. I was going to go to Cascade, move out there, but I just couldn't do the cost out there. Didn't have the down. And this place was, hey, what's going on, Normus? Thanks for coming in. So, like I said, it's a place I did my homework before I came out, and everything that I said that was going to happen in this town has happened. And if the farmers had it, you know, people like me come out here and normally don't do what I do. They stay a year or two and they don't make it very long. And then the locals come in and pick their stuff off, and, you know, it can turn into a nightmare. Okay. Stuff blown around, and, you know what I'm saying? It's not. So I understand why these farmers for a long time didn't want people to come out here, because not everybody can make it more than, you know, 1 or 2 winters out here. Most people can't make it through the first winter. They think they can, but this place is not, now we have a clinic opening up here, and you can get Life Flight, which is cheaper than the ambulance if you pay for it, and they'll get you there faster than the ambulance. But there's no medical service and things like that. So there are some disadvantages to being a place like this here for people who are elderly. And so, but a lot of people come out here and they don't make it because it just wasn't what they thought. And so their stuff ends up getting let out here, and it blows around and it gets picked off, and they don't like people like that. They want you to come out here and go by the rules, get a permit, you know, get an address, lick my boot, ask permission. There's nothing wrong with doing that, guys. If you have the money, I told you it's reasonable. I've told everybody out here, just build one building out here. Go by I'm not a bootlicker, but lick their boot one time. I'm not a bootlick. Do what they tell you one time. You build one property on you pay. They don't care what the hell you build after that. You know what I'm saying? So, Yeah. Do you have to get building permits? Well, I don't know. Do you? Do you ask permission to be a free man? I don't. I ain't going to ask this county permission to do anything, and they know what they're up against. With me, I'm the guy that ran the code ordinance officer out of here last time. Yes, I did. Oh, yeah. I told him, hey, you're going to get this guy. Do you not understand the Fourth Amendment gives a right to the people out here? You cannot send that officer on people's property. You have violated. That guy's going to get shot. And he was a good guy. He was a family guy. He was not he wasn't a tyrant. He was enforcing tyrannical laws, but I called the county and told him you're going to get them shot because he was actually going on people's property, which is illegal. Nobody can enter your property without a warrant. So I posted all the information. I met with the people I can rent out the town hall and do things in this town. I have a little bit of pull in this town. Everybody knows who I am. So we made a deal again, and I told the sheriff, and I called the sheriff and said, they're going to shoot him. Because out here, we have a different law out here. People do not want people on their property out here. Especially, see, the first time another guy came out here, he went down the main highway and he cleared out all this stuff that I'm talking about. People come out here in a tent and they don't do it and their stuff's blowing around. And it's not silent. It doesn't look very pretty, right? So they went down the main road and he was fine. But the minute he pulled off of the side roads, they started. So that happened on its own the last time. So they tried it again and they started creeping out on some of these little side roads. But they went further out because they went down the highway and started working their way back. They should have done a little more homework before they, put that ordinance officer to go enforce his tyrannical code laws. But I posted online the chapter, the Fourth Amendment of your right to be secure in your houses, papers, persons, and effect, the different titles that allows and lets these homeowners, landowners know that nobody can enter their property. Nobody can come on your property without a warrant. I don't care if it's code ordinance officer, a police officer, the CIA, the FBI. I don't care who it is. And if they do enter your property without a warrant, under the Fourth Amendment, you have the right to deem them intruder. And this, I go by God's law. So but using your Second Amendment and your Fourth Amendment, you have the right to deem them an intruder, and whatever force necessary, you are covered under law to apply. So and please don't take this wrong, but I was trying to tell people because a lot of people were pissed that they were entering this property. And I said, you know what? You're going to get yourself in trouble. Please don't be shooting at this guy. I'm going to shoot him. I'm going to shoot him. I said, if you do not shoot him in the back, you're going to go to jail. So I called up because I have pull at this town. Again, district attorney hates me. The sheriff hates me. They all hate me, because I stand up against them. But I said, you're going to get this guy unalived because he's a good dude and you're sending him on people's property. And once I posted up the online of the Fourth Amendment that told everybody in this town, you have the right, they removed him, they took him out of here because they knew he was going to end up getting, we won't stand it out here. So I recommend though, that if you have the means, it's very cheap. You can build your own, you can draw up your own blueprints. You can dig your own well. You can dig your own septic. They have to be inspected, but you have the right to set your own foundation. You can, build your own walls, do all your electricity before cover up. If you've ever done, and this guys, I don't know, I built several houses. So I don't know how much houses you can dry it in. You can roll the trusses. You can put the lid, you can do it from top to bottom, all yourself, own or build. And it's very reasonable. I don't think that the conditional use permit is more than, which gives you the ability to move onto your property, live in your motor home, tent, whatever that you have, and they're not going to bother you because they know you're building something. You get a few years to build it out. It's not like you got to build it all at one time. And you build it yourself for pennies on the dollar. You know what I'm saying? So I recommend that people do that out here if they have the money to do it, because once you build one building out here, as long as you don't build it right in their face up on the road, they're done. They don't care. And I'm sure some people still pull permits and do. I'm telling you, they'll give you an address. You have a septic tank on your property. That's the only thing this town fights with people over is septic. And I've always warned everybody about that. The only reason they have a problem out here is people pooping on the land, right? So, but they want you to dig a hole and put your poop in the land and let it leach into the land instead of pooping on top of it. I have waterless toilets. I compost all mine. I have burn areas that I burn mine off. I have waterless toilets. So Nature's Head, really good. Yeah, absolutely, Dave. I don't think the land value out here is going to go down. In a lot of areas, the land value is going down because it was overbought during the COVID in the last few years. But it is definitely gone up. Again, when I moved out here, this lot was probably $15,000. You couldn't touch a lot over on this side of the valley for probably less than $35,000, $36,000 right now. It's about 40. I just seen a guy put his up for 45 with nothing on it. He doesn't have power anywhere near his property. I'm not on the grid, but I don't own any property in this valley that doesn't touch a power pole. You know what I'm saying? All my properties have power on the property at the edge of the property. Have I strung it? No. Kind of the thing out here too, guys, is that in this valley, I'm gonna scooter. Watch out, Peggy, Tago. Watch out, Biggie. Let me sit down, Tago. Spot. Would you get up so Dad can sit there? Please, my back is hurting. I've been standing up forever. Can you get up, please? Can you move over? Scoot over. Scoot over, buddy. Scoot over, my big guy. Scoot over. Hey, be nice. Where we go? Hey, we're just chit-chatting here, guys. I'm helping get these hours up here. Remember, I need 4,000 watch hours on the YouTube. Yeah, they're still sitting here on the couch. Come here, Biggie. Come here, Big. Oh, here's the pants. Here's the pants. The other boy. Big guy. Guys love Dad. These guys love the dad. Oh, him loves his dad. Him loves the dad. Oh, they love their dad. All right, they're getting smothered by dogs, guys. I love you guys. I love you guys. So again, guys, my point what I was making is if you'll go through their permit and you'll do their permitting process, the county out here will not give you to get monetized so you can hit the super chat. You know, somebody wanted to make a contribution to the channel, they could do it that way. So, and they wouldn't have to, you know, like I said, it could be through the YouTube thing instead of whatever. So, but anyways, what I was saying is that this county out here, they won't give you a permit. Cool. They won't give you an address out here until you go through their permitting process, pull the conditional CUP, conditional use permit, and then go through their process, and then they assign the address to you. So you could, you know, potentially get mail or put a mailbox up at the highway or I don't have an address. You know, people, what's your address? I don't have an address, you know, but I don't need an address. What do I need an address for? I got a P.O. box. What do I need an address for? So if I need to get FedEx or something, I got people who have property in town or something, a house in town that with an address. But that's why you can't get an address unless you go through their conditional use permit and build it that way. So, but like I said, I don't care about no address. I don't need no address. I don't want one address, to be honest with you. I don't want to have an address. Address. You must have your head, your post, or marked with the blood of the lamb. Get it? Headdress, address, the postmarked, address, headdress. Get it? The post office, your residence. I don't want an address. I'm a free man. I don't need an address. I'm not going to ask them to build anything out here. I'm going to build whatever that I want. And nobody's going to tell me I can or can't. I told you I'm a free, not freedom like free will, but I'm a free man and I live free. And I don't tell anybody that I can't heat my house or I can have this wood stove, or I don't tell somebody if I want to go take a leak out in the bushes. I have toilets here, but if I want to go pee on and water a bush, that's my prerogative. And nobody's going to tell me what I can and can't do. So, and people come out here and live just like me. I'm not the only one. There's literally hundreds, possibly thousands of people just like me that won't go do their permitting process, and they live free out here. So it's a good place, guys. It really is. I wouldn't recommend something that I've never bought property anywhere in the world. You know what I'm saying? So, and the other thing is I don't let people, take a dump in my backyard. I got to live here. Cool. So, but that's why I choose to just live. But you could live either way, guys. I wouldn't have a problem if somebody came out here. They had a little chunk of change. They decided to pull a permit and put the septic in. The county ain't going to say nothing to you. You get your address, you go on about your business, and that's what everybody's doing out here, guys. The problem that I have with this particular town is there's no community. There's no community out here. There's cliquey little, that's not a community. They're farmers' wives, and that's not a community. I'm talking about a community garden, a community of people meeting together, talking and building and, all the things that go along with community. That's not what's happening out here, just so you know. Don't expect that. Expect to be left alone, though. You know what I'm saying? If you do what you're told, nobody, that's why people love coming out here, because nobody will mess with you. You kind of your own law out here. So it is a little chunk of freedom, so to speak, in America. And that's tough to find in America anymore. There are other places where you can do it, but a lot of people get harassed, or a lot of people try to live like that, and they just get run around. There's just not enough people doing it. There's already too many people out here living like that to enforce it, if that makes sense too. So my point too that I'm making with this, guys, I probably should wrap this up, is that I've come out here and I've made a beautiful place. And what I'm doing is not against the county. These cabins, somebody said, hey, rent your place out. I can rent out these cabins for $100 to $150 a night, right? According to the county, I can, and not to be a resident, I could stay in that building for 10 days a month. And it's not a residence, according to the county, going by the rules. So if I rented it out for $150 a month, or $150 a night, and my rent's $500 for the month, I got to rent out 3 days. I make 50. I got to make up for. I rented out 4 times. I got $100 in my pocket, right? So I wouldn't rent anything out here locally. That's why I'm doing these cabins. It makes more sense to do a cabin rental, like an Airbnb. But I'm not providing any kind of, bring your own sheets. I've got skylights here, and we know what people do under the stars. Bring your own sheets, right? So I'll have a bed that's plastic, like your baby bed, a plastic wrap bed. Bring your own sheets. So yeah, I'll probably charge a little bit more in the winter time, because I'll put heat in them so they can keep their themselves nice and warm. I don't think I'm gonna let people mess around with wood stoves, put wood in there. I don't think that's, I don't know. I can make people sign waivers or something like that, or whatever. But again, I think somebody could come out here right now, because somebody said, hey, I'm looking at buying land. Whoever said that, I don't know if you're still in here. There's the hunting is, like I said, I mean, got the woods right here, and speed goats or caribou or pronghorn, deer, bear, cougar. It's all here, But yeah, what I was saying is that a person could buy a piece of land. Let's say you found a 5-acre parcel. I have an automatic thing taken out from the credit union. Ever since I bought that property, I bought it on like an allotment where my taxes are all part of the, on that 5-acre parcel. I'm trying to remember what it was. It was 5 years. Interest was no interest. Yeah, it was no interest on this loan, which is pretty crazy. It's all legal, all land sale. Yeah, it's all legit. It's a legit property. There's no it's not off paper. It's on paper. They take an allotment, and $150 taken. I have to put in the bank every month for that property. So that's $150 for 5 acres, right? $150. You got that? Write that down. They do a no credit check bully barn, right? Bully barns, those little she sheds, little cabin, people buy them at the Home Depot. You can build one of those out here into a house, guys, but it has to be 2x6 exterior walls, like a regular home. Most of them aren't unless you request it. But what I'm saying to you is you're not renting it out as a home. Okay? You could buy one of those little bully barns. Now, let's see, you couldn't come out. Hey, Tracy, I need you to build this out for me. Okay? I need you to build this little cabin for me. Here's the material list. I know okay, we work something out, right? And I'll say, oh, okay, well, here we go. Whatever, I got this in it. Now you got a little cabin rental out here, like I said. I don't know, maybe, I don't know what one of those smaller barns are. You could build one for, I have enough material right now here to build 5 cabins probably on the property that I, keep bringing more and more in like a chipmunk, right? And just keep bringing in nuts, right? So, chipmunk got a brain the size of a pea, and nobody's going to tell it to put up nuts, and people call themselves smart, huh? So anyways, let's say you say, hey, I just want to get basic, Trace. Can you, the loft in there, and, just, I seen what you build out there. Can you do something similar, right? We work this out or whatever. Let's say your payment's $200 a month for that little building, right? You ain't even moved here yet. You ain't even stepped foot on that property. You can buy on land sale contract. You don't need to be here to buy that. Come on, this is the digital age. You can buy that. They'll send you the all the paperwork and whatnot. So 150, 200, that's $350 for the barn and, and the payment on it. I'm telling you could probably rent that out. We have a steady flow since the dunes. Now, I haven't rented any of these, but I have people constantly ask me to, if I talk to somebody or so, that is cool. I'd rent that out. They say, yeah, I would rent it out. So if your payment's $350 a month and you got a nice little, and it's clean, right? It's new. It would do fine out here. I really think it would do well because you're out of the light belt and you're going to rent this out to people who would cash app you. You can put you can put a little camera. You probably wouldn't want to put a camera inside the cabin, right? But you could have a camera outside so you could see them enter into the property, leave. This is the digital age, right? You could thanks for coming in. So you got $350 into that property, right? For your payment. You got a land payment and you got a barn payment. Now, build the barn yourself out of anything. I don't bring a shipping container out here, make it all modern, put a bunch of windows in it. You don't have to build a Western town like I do. Looks like you went back on a movie set at my town. That's the appeal. Back to the Future. Get it, whatever. Maybe you want modern. A shipping container, right? Boom, there you go. You already have a shipping container. You're going to rot here. So you have no cost, right? Let's go back to you have this little barn, little shed or bully barn. $350 a month. If you rent that out for $150 a night, which is reasonable out here, if it's a nice little cabin, somebody will rent that out. You know what I'm saying? You invite people you need to have rules and understand how to do. One is a little bit.
by bringing tiny homes. I'm tired. Oh, somebody's writing something here. I'm tired. Can be an RV park if you don't. Rush to go. Huh. What's that about? I live on 76 acres and on mineral and timber rights. So I built my own home, barn, and 15 acres of crop and the rest for my livestock. And I dug my own water. Beautiful. Oh, wow. That sounds awesome, Stitch. Wow. Talk about being blessed, man. Living a dream. That's the American dream right there. But $350 a month. Three times, right? You rent that out for $150, right? And you got how much? $100 in your pocket. $100 in your pocket, right? So I don't even think you need to even move here, and you could generate money off this. You know, you could let it sit there bare too, right? I'm just throwing that at you. That is something you could do from your home, so to speak, if you have a little, ability until you got here, and rent it out. And actually, it would pay for itself every month, right? You put on it, pay for itself. Yeah. You could rent it out 10 times in 1 month here in this Lake County, and it's not a residence. So they're not going to, they wouldn't even know that you rented it out, guys. They're not going to, nobody bothers anybody out here. Cool. And it's got a name too. How neat. Cool. I name all my look, this is Silver Rock Ranch in the Rusty Cowboy, because the Rusty Cowboy that's on the front, right? Rusty Dragon back in the back's got a big rusty dragon on the top of the building right there, or a rusty butterfly, and then I've got the Rusty Dragon over there, right? So that's my point that I'm making, guys, is people could, again, buy a piece of property out here and not even occupy it. Put a little bully barn. I don't know, go collect rocks. I could go take you right now where you could go get rocks. We could go get the flatbed, get a trailer. We could go get a ton of rocks. You buy concrete, we'll build a nice little rock cabin. Those are cute. I have seen some beautiful rock cabins. Just gorgeous little rock cabins, 10 by 20, 15 by 20, nothing huge, not as huge. And so there's lots of, shipping containers. Remember, you could do whatever you want. I've actually been encouraging people to come out here and do what I do. People are like, why would you tell other people about that, Tracy? My rentals are going to be full a lot of the times, I'm pretty sure. With what I'm doing is a little different. See, this might sound silly, but I'm actually going to make people pay for their room in silver. I'm going to make you come out here. You're going to have to pay for your room in silver. This is Silver Lake, Oregon. Yeah, you have to pay for your room in silver. Well, how do I do that, huh? You can put your deposit down with the credit card, right? But when you get here, you're going to pay me in silver. How are you going to do that? Do you have any silver? You got any silver ounces to pay for your room tonight, sir? Ma'am? Welcome to the Rusty Dragon. Your room rental for the night is $150. How much do these, how am I going to make that work, guys? Do you have silver to rent the room out? No silver? Well, how are you going to make that? How are you going to stay out here if you don't have any silver? $1964 Colders, Ray, that are 1964 and older. Trade is trying to turn the table. You guys, what I'll do is I'll have the ability for people to buy silver from me. It'll be a little bit experience because I'll teach them about silver and spot price, and they'll buy the silver from me. They'll buy it, and then they'll buy the room. So I'll get my silver back. If you want to buy a piece of silver to take home with you,
as like a souvenir. Hey, I went out to Silver Rock Ranch and stayed at the Rusty Dragon and the Moonshine Cabins. Moonshine, get it? Moonshine. You know that the moonshine is colder than the shade. So it's part of the experience, guys. I don't know if any of you catching on what I'm doing. So I'm going to make you pay in silver as part of the experience. I get to teach you a little bit about silver, spot price, da da da. And then if you want to take one home with you, I'll allow you to buy whatever, have a little souvenir. So it's part of my experience, guys. Part of what I'm going to do out here to kind of teach people about money, teach them about silver. And, if you want the option to buy, a piece of silver, you can buy it. We'll go over what the price is. And I'm not going to try to be in the silver market. I just going to need to have a bank, okay, of silver. Probably at least, $300 or $400 or $500 worth of silver for a couple, not 2 or 3 people for the night in a few of the cabins. If all the cabins are rented out, I need $150 a night, $150. I need $450 in silver, right? $450 in silver. Then I can make you pay for your room in silver, right? I'll still need the credit card for the down if you mess up the room. I'm not going to not take credit cards, okay, so to speak. And if somebody, it's not going to be a deal breaker. But what do you think about that, guys? What about my idea about making people pay in silver? Isn't that weird? Why would I do that? More than one's holding $3.5. That's a Silver Eagle. That's a Buffalo round and that would have been a Mercury dime. They made a Mercury dime that looked just like that. But anybody got a comment on that? Anybody want to make a comment? Why would I make people pay in silver? What's all that about? Is that stupid sounding? Crypto. No, not taking no crypto. Is it, you guys, any silver bugs out there? And how many silver bugs? You guys are being awful quiet. I think we should just end this stream. You guys are turning into ghost on me, right? Well, let me leave you with this. If you took all the surface silver and you divided up all over the world for the view, let's see. Oh, cool. And you divide up all the silver on the earth that's on the surface, right now, all the surface silver. How much does each person get? If you divided up all the surface silver, I'm not talking what's in the ground. That costs money to take out. You can't just pull it out of the ground. It is a byproduct of other mining, copper, ore, zinc, all of these other. Every ounce of, if you dig 1 ounce of gold out of the ground, you get about 7 or 8 ounces of silver that come up with it. Okay, so if you took all the silver on the surface and you divide it across the whole world, how much does everybody get a piece? How many ounces does everybody get? Does anybody know? What does every person get? If everyone gets it evenly. This sounds like socialism, Tracy. No, I'm not talking about redistributing the wealth, right? How many ounces? How many pounds? What do you think each person gets? How many ounces does each person get? How much silver is there available? If we spread all the surface silver and divided it, everybody got it evenly. This sure is sounding like socialism. 500,000 ounces per person. Okay, I appreciate your guess. Don't worry if you get it wrong. What do you think about the people? Yeah, I'm not into that. I mean, when you're young, people have a rush of doing things in public and stuff, but there's a time and a place for everything. That's not very nice. That's right.
Time to go to Jericho, Sophia. That's right. Time to get out of the cities. Good call. Get to a place like where I'm at, guys. There are other places. There are other places on the earth, but get to the country. Nobody has no guesses for me. How many ounces? How many ounces does everybody get? If you divide all the surface silver up, it's all been pulled up out of the ground. It's sitting on the surface. How much does FIFA get? How much does... Ooh. Yeah, I sleep. Not too much. I don't sleep very much because my back is pretty bad. So normally I don't lay in the bed for more than 4 or 5 hours about the most. My back really starts getting pretty bad. So about 4 or 5 hours, I'm normally good. When I was younger, I used to only sleep about 3 or 4 hours because I had 2 jobs. I lived in Indiana. I worked in Kentucky. I was young, but cool. No problems, Amy. I'm just trying to give people a chance to answer. If you took all the surface silver that's been pulled up out of the ground and you took it and divided it out evenly, everybody gets 8 ounces. 8 ounces of silver. Eight ounces. So if somewhere in this cabin I have another ounce hiding somewhere, that means somebody's only going to get 7 ounces. This is 5. This is a bar, a 5-ounce silver bar. There's a Walking Liberty. That's that top coin here. That's a US dollar. There's a buffalo, right? You guys ever, any of you guys buffalo herders? Any of you guys have a herd of buffaloes? Look at that pink, guys. Look at that patina it's getting. Isn't that beautiful on that one side? The silver's starting to oxidize over there and get a little bit of a pink hue to it. Pretty. So, you can be a buffalo herder. That's what I recommend. You start herding buffaloes. You too can be a buffalo herder. So get yourself a herd of buffaloes, okay? You could be a buffalo herder, guys. These are the best buffaloes on the planet. These guys, they don't eat any grass. They don't poop anywhere. And they'll fit in your pocket. So that is a buffalo round, guys. That is what I recommend that you would, if you don't buy a U.S. currency round, like a silver dollar or a Walking Liberty or what is called a silver eagle, the silver eagle, right? Or the Walking Liberty. This is a $1 U.S. currency. Before 1971, you could go into a bank and you could take that $2 silver certificate and they would give you 2 of these. Remember? Anybody is old, that old? Are you this old? Where you can remember you could go into the bank and get 2 of these, right? For your gold, right? Gold or silver certificates. Remember, it was on paper. That was an IOU, remember? And you could take that IOU, that silver or gold certificate, and go get money. You could go get a silver dollar or a silver buffalo. Because remember, a $50 buffalo gold coin, I've never had one. That's my favorite gold coin. I don't own any gold, but if I could own one gold coin, because I love art, guys. I just love the gold buffalo. It is, it's beautiful. It's a high relief coin, and I just really like the look of it. It's real
I don't know if anybody's ever seen. There probably. I don't know if anybody here and have a buffalo around. I don't know if anybody even has any silver. The markets. Do you guys realize that the silver market is a $900 billion market? Do you realize how tiny that market is? $900 billion. Less than $1 trillion the silver market is. Less than $1 trillion. The whole market cap. Do you realize how fast overnight that if like the derivative market, all the money that's in digital currencies like crypto right now, how about the central banks? They've been buying more gold than any other time in the history of the central banks. That's right. In 2023, they bought more gold than they ever have in the history of the central banks. So, again, if you took silver, right? If they put this silver back into the currency, the money, like they did in the 1800s, this would destroy all those banks. See, those central banks have been buying this up at a record rate on gold. So the big money always moves first. Always moves first. And that's what we're seeing right now. So again, I can't own any gold, but one day I might be able to trade this one for a piece of gold. Because remember, in the 12th century, they valued silver and gold 1-to-1. 1-to-1. What is the ratio between the two metals right now? How many ounces of gold does it take to get one? Or how many ounces of silver does it take to get 1 ounce of gold? The gospel of Christ Jesus, Mr. Draft, and not the other Jesus. The true gospel is. It wasn't a confiscation. Jacob it is. They never forced anybody to turn their gold in. They told them they had to surrender their gold. But nobody came to anybody's houses, and nobody made anybody turn any gold in, just so you know. Okay? They didn't make it. That's an excellent, excellent question. Thank you for knowing the dates. That is beautiful. You guys, in 1933, Franklin D. Roosevelt told the public, I'm not going to go into the reason why, that they had to surrender their gold pieces. Their gold, not their bullion, but their gold, right? Pieces to the government. You look into why. And that they would give them $20 per ounce of gold in 1933. Many Americans did. Many Americans would do it now. They're bootlickers. But Franklin D. Roosevelt he didn't make anybody. It was called, they surrendered. They were told to surrender their gold to the government. And they were given $20 per gold ounce. What was it? 2 or 3 weeks later, 2 months later, they revalued it to $35 an ounce. So they did a gold surrender in 33. Paid everybody $20. And I think it was just weeks later they raised it to $35. Criminals. That is a criminal act, what they did. But will they do it again? Potentially. Will you have to actually surrender your gold? No. You don't have to, but a lot of people will. Right? A lot of people wore that face diaper, correct? Put on that ritualistic shame muzzle, didn't they? Like 88, right? Nice. Beautiful. So, you guys, this comes out of the ground. Every time you pull out one piece of metal of gold, you get 8 pieces to 10 pieces of silver. There's 88 ounces right now of silver for 1 ounce of gold. That's the exchange rate. You can get gold's awesome because you could stack a whole bunch of value in a little small area. Okay. You guys, in 1980, silver was $50 for one of these in 1980. Back again in 2011, up to the scare with the Y2K, the whole world's going to end. Silver hit $50 again. Does anybody know what the price of silver is right now? What's the price of the silver on the COMEX? I could take my share. Well, Tyler, I don't know in a surgery if it was the same. That's not you, because you went into a hospital setting and stuff and have surgery. That's not a muzzle. That's a medical thing. You know what I'm saying? So I understand when people, I ain't trying to shame anybody for, you know what I'm saying, as far as, and definitely not to shame you. Under that, they forced a lot of people, guys. So, but again, you guys, in the 12th century, that's at the time of Christ, right? In the 12th century, Rome, they valued silver and gold 1-to-1. That means that silver and gold have the same exact value. In 1980, this hit $50. This hit $50. In 2012, it hit $50. So it's about $25. Thank you, Kinetic, right now for one of these. It is. That's a good price. That's a real, with the premium right now. I think you could get one of these for out of the door. Probably not a Silver Eagle. These will probably be a couple bucks more. These went up to $50 during the COVID, guys, too. That Silver Eagle cost you $50 during the COVID. Yes, it did. The premiums went up $25 more. The price of it during the COVID was $25, and the premium was $25 over the top of it. That's called the premium over the spot price. You're black. Does God love you? What does the color of your melanin have to do with how much melanin you have skin? Does that have to do with anything there? I can tell you God doesn't love everybody, but the color or the shape of your eyes has nothing to do with it. No. God created all. Silver Eagles have collector value based on age and condition, not just bullion. What he's referring to is the term, it's called numismatic. Numismatic means anything over the price of the metal. This is an ounce of silver. Okay, and this Silver Eagle is an ounce of silver. But maybe this Silver Eagle has a little special mark, like she's got a little, they made a little, or there's an air, right? That is called numismatic value. Okay, and that's the value over just the price of the metal, what it's worth in its weight. That is bullion. Bullion is weight. Numismatic is collector. But I can guarantee when things break down, nobody's going to care about this $3,000 Silver Eagle because it's got some little special mark on it, or it's an air. It doesn't say, it's a double stamp. That's collector value. That's called numismatic value. And it's over the price of the weight. Because see, when things break down, I'm not going to say, I don't care if it's $3,000. I'll give you an ounce, worth an ounce, right? These shine during the COVID, guys, for premium. But I'm telling you, as a trade, as an item or something, I don't think people are going to give you a breakdown Mad Max scenario, so to speak. Nobody's going to care if it's this coin. This is the most widely recognized coin on the planet. Let me show you something to prove to you that it doesn't matter. Watch, it doesn't matter. This is the most widely recognized silver coin on the earth. This coin is recognized everywhere. Okay, it's the Walking Liberty or the Silver Eagle. That is a $1 coin. Right now, it's $25 online. You take it to the store, it says $1 on it. It's literally $1 coin. Okay, so I can take this coin or this coin. Let's actually not worry about this Walking Liberty or a Silver Eagle. And I take this Buffalo round. Now, this is just Buffalo. This is a 3/9 fine. Actually, I think this is 4/9 fine. Yeah, that's 4/9 fine, it says. 4/9 fine. Which would be the difference between 22 karat would be 3/9 fine, and then 4/9 fine would be 24 karat. Okay, makes sense? So you understand what the difference, it's pure. There's more purity in it. So actually more metal in the coin that's got 4/9. I'd look for that too, guys. If you're buying that coin has got 4/9 and 3/9, that coin's got more silver in it if it's the same price. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you is that I could take this silver bullion, not the most widely recognized coin on the earth, the Silver Eagle, right? Or this Walking Liberty, this Silver Eagle, anywhere on the earth. No, I'm not going to take that. That's the most widely recognized coin on the earth, guys, for silver. Let's go back to just this bullion. It could actually be this. Remember, this is just bullion. It looks like a silver dime, like that's the Mercury dime. That's the lady that was on the Mercury dime. Mercury, right? Mercury, is a goddess? Is it a man or a woman? I don't know. You tell me. But this, again, is just bullion. They made it look like a dime, like they made it look like a nickel. See that? A lot of the times, guys, they make these coins to look like U.S. currency. And actually, most of your coins will look more like the Liberty. It'll have some kind of eagle and probably like scales or something of, of that nature. They're trying to copy, and I recommend that you find something that people are very familiar with, because you don't want to be arguing with somebody if it's real or if it's not, or if it's, you know what I'm saying? So don't buy any coins. There are coins that do not say 999 fine silver, 3/9 or 4/9 fine. Do not buy a coin if it doesn't say that on there. I don't care if it's silver, don't buy it. The only coins that I would buy that do not say silver on them would be junk silver or constitutional silver. That's all your coinage, your nickel, or not your nickels, excuse me, your dimes, 50-cent pieces, and your quarters that are 1964 or older are 90% silver, just like this coin here is 90% silver. It's not pure silver, guys, because they put if you walked around with this bullion coin in your pocket, as opposed to this 99 silver that's had, I think it's nickel that they put in there and copper. I can't remember what else they put in. They could put copper in there. You'd see that. Why did I say that? I think it's nickel and what, but anyways, guys, it makes it so that it doesn't wear. Okay. Just so you know, I'm giving you a pretty good lesson on silver. Silver's one of my things. I'm a silver bug. So zinc, there we go. Thank you. So, but that makes it so it wears, guys. So it wears down not so fast. Okay. So it doesn't wear down so fast in your pocket. Because a lot of times that's rubbing up against that other coin, right? In your pocket all day long. You're working around, just rubbing against that coin, right? So if I took this silver buffalo, I don't care where I take this coin on the earth, guys. I can go to Brazil, South America. I could go to South Africa. I could go to Europe. I could go to, it doesn't matter. I could take this coin and I could walk up to probably less than 3 people. 3. It might take a third. Might just take 1. Might take 2. But I'm by the third time that I walk up and I put that in somebody's hand and I show them that. Most people have never had a piece of silver in their pocket hand, and they don't even know what an ounce of silver is worth. I'm not kidding.
I'll teach you a little story about this after I'm done here. I can walk up, and I don't care if I'm in Russia, they'll give me a ruble for it. Right? I don't care about if they'll give me a dong, they'll give me a dinar, they'll give me their paper. I don't care where I'm at. Less than 3 people. I might have to walk into a business, but I guarantee you it doesn't have to be this silver eagle. Doesn't have to be the most widely recognized coin on this earth. It can be just bullion, and I can take that anywhere on this earth, and they'll give me their paper for it. That is money. That is in places, the Chinese call it silver money. They don't call it silver, they call it money. So you can't tell me that's not money. If I can take this coin anywhere on the earth and talk to probably less than 3 people, got to have to be some kind of population area, somebody's going to give me some of their paper for it. I don't care which country I'm in. Does anybody doubt that that's money? That is money. If I can take this coin anywhere on this earth and somebody's going to give me paper for it, you cannot tell me that does not have a value that people, okay? You guys, nobody knows what this is worth. Nobody knows what these are worth unless you are in the silver market and you know you're a bug and you've been following this. It's a small market. Again, I said if the Bitcoin market, if the derivative market, if any of these other markets, which have massive cap, overhead, what is the derivative market? Something like, I don't know what it is. It's a ridiculous amount of trillions. And I can't even remember off the top of my head. The point that I'm making, guys, is all those big markets, all that money tried to shove itself into this little teeny tiny silver market of $900 billion. The price of that would probably be $2,000 to $3,000 overnight. The demand would be too high, and all that money, it wouldn't go disappear into thin air. It would go and inflate this into a price that you couldn't get. It would be unaffordium. There will be two. If this happens, I don't know if it happens. There'd be 2 phases to this. If that happens, it would be unaffordium. I told you, because it would go from $25 right now to, and that's not how we want markets to go, because if it goes up fast and it comes down fast, but it wouldn't matter because there would be too much money in that market to shove itself down into that little teeny tiny market of $900 billion. You see what it would do to the price of that metal? Overnight, it would go through the roof. Overnight. Because it's such a small market. Okay? That's the way, that is the kind of a strange scenario, but that could happen. Okay? That could happen. Will it? I don't know. But it could, because silver and gold have always been the safe haven asset. I didn't say it's going to happen. I said it could happen. If you don't like what I'm saying, just leave right now. Seriously, you don't have to listen to this. This is a classroom. Stop interrupting. Have some respect. I'm trying to teach people who don't know anything about this something so that they can know something, okay, about this metal. Stop being rude. Stop being inconsiderate. Stop being childish. Stop putting comments in there that are untrue. Like the one you left up there a second ago that I didn't say anything about. You guys, silver and gold in the last 6 years, I told you, I don't care about the stinking price of the metal. That has nothing to do with the metal to me. I'm a guy that pays attention to the ratio, and I'm teaching them that as well, huh? That it used to be 1-to-1. Now it's 88. That I was going to take my one and go Don't pay attention to the price, guys. Price is a tool of manipulation. That's right, because if you don't hold it in your hand, you don't own it. I already told you it's money. I already told you could take it anywhere on this earth. And they would give you their paper for it. This is money.
One day the ratio, guys, is going to close up. The ratio when it was in our money, like a silver quarter in 64, was 15 to 1. 15 to 1. So I believe that the ratio will come back together. Do you understand? The ratio. I don't care about the price. And let me explain something to you about price. You're going to sell this metal to them for paper, right? You're going to buy it for paper. I'm 100% got to go after this. What I'm going to give you some of the best advice from a YouTuber. Okay. Again, this metal, you're going to buy it for paper and never plan on selling it for paper. You guys, I believe there'll come a time where you will not accept. I don't care how much money somebody offers you for this. You will not accept dollars for it. You won't. You will not accept dollars. 1,000, 2,000, you won't. You buy this not as a lottery ticket, not to get rich. You buy this because this holds and retains and stores its value. It always has and always will. There's been 4,000 paper currencies since the 12th century. The Chinese were the very first ones to try a paper currency. And every single one has gone back to its inherent value of toilet paper. Nothing, zero. Not even the worth the paper was printed on. And in the last 6,000 years, gold and silver have never gone to zero. Do you watch Economic Ninja? Cool, yeah. So then you watch Real Estate Ninja too. That's so cool. So the idea is never to buy this for paper and sell it back for paper. The beautiful thing is, guys, if you do get into this market and you run into a pinch, it is very liquid. You might lose your premium if you pay it. It doesn't look. It's gonna be there. I told you can take this and get your money. It's very liquid, okay? But I personally don't buy any of these for dollars and ever plan on selling them for dollars. I plan on trading these 8 for a 25 acre parcel of land. Yeah, I plan on buying land with my silver. You know, they purchased the state of Louisiana with silver, right? Maybe I'll trade that 5-ounce bar for a tractor that I never could get my hands on. And when people want this, listen to me, guys, I have taken this coin right here, this particular coin that is in my hand, and I have set this coin in the hand of a multi-millionaire. This coin has been in the hand of many, many multi-millionaires. This coin right here, this one. Boy, nothing sounds like silver, does it? That's the ping test, by the way. Silver has its own sound. You're out of your mind by buying land. Well, guess what? I already have 65 acres. So see ya, Maria. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. I'm tired of your nonsense, you stupid trolls. I'm losing my mind, guys. I've been on here for 5 hours, and I don't ever, you've seen me stream for 10 hours, and when you ever see me lose my mind like that, I don't. I'm getting tired of these people. Don't interrupt me and don't talk about silver. I know this market better than, 90% of the world, because 90% of the world don't even own any. And I've been in the market for decades. I'm trying to teach here. Don't interrupt my classroom. Yah will put you out of here in a country second. Yes, he will. That's why he's here. Thank you, y'all. You guys, again, you buy this and you never, ever plan on selling it back for paper. If so, it is liquid. It can be liquefied quickly. if you got in a pinch, you could pay your bills with it. Okay. But again, you don't buy this to get rich. This is not a lottery ticket. Go buy a lottery ticket if you want to get rich. This won't lose its value. I already told you in the last 6,000 years, this has never went to zero. There's been 4,000 paper currencies, and they've all gone to zero. This is a store of value. This is money. In order to be money, it has to be tangible, dividable. You have to be able to make change with it, dividable, and it has to be a store of wealth, a store of value. Okay? This holds its value. Yes, it's not gold. Gold is consistently, you guys, silver is thrashes around way more than, it has higher highs and lower lows than gold. This will outpace gold, though. In this next run-up of this next market, this will catch up. The ratio, remember, it's 88 right now. That ratio is going to close back down between the two metals. So when this metal is $25 an ounce right now, and it gets higher at, I'm not saying it is, $1,000, that's possible easily if you look at the money that's printed. Again, this particular ounce here, I want to explain to you that I've taken this ounce and I have set this silver ounce in many, not just one, several millionaires' hands and put this in their hand. Because what I used to do is say, hey, see this $20 bill? See this coin? You can buy this for under 20, because I've been trying to get people to look at this market for decades. Back when you can get them for $12, $11. Okay? That's how long I've been in the market personally. Okay? But again, I've set this coin inside of multiple millionaires' hands. They have multiple millions of dollars. And I've set this in their hand, and they've looked me dead in the eyes and asked me, where did I get that? Where do you buy those, and how can they get one? Multimillionaires have had this coin sat in their hands and asked me, where did you buy that? Where can I get one of those at? So don't tell me that people know about this market and have any idea on how this market works, because I know people that have millions of dollars that have never even had it. They have credit. Some of them have farms, some of them, but they don't know where to get a piece of silver, and they have millions of dollars. I find that kind of staggering, guys. This particular coin has been set in a man's hands that has thousands of dollars, right? No, that's poor me. Millions and millions of dollars. They got millions of dollars of tractors, not even including their land and their livestock. I'm just talking about one particular group out here. I've traveled with this coin in many places. Cool. That's another one good. So I want to leave you with that point. You think you know the silver market? You think just because you got money that everybody's got? I told you only 8 ounces per person, guys, on the earth. Okay? So if I can set a coin in a millionaire's hand and he's asking me to buy, where do you buy that? Just because somebody has money doesn't mean they have silver or gold. Okay? For that sake. So, cool. So, yeah, I hate the U.S. Mint. They failed miserably. I have some issues with the U.S. Mint, and many of us have over the past 5 years. They've just, Ventress Gibson is an absolute fraud, and she's not meeting the demand. I don't care how much melanin she has in her skin. She's not meeting the demand. They were supposed to print as many as demand as the U.S. public, right? They were supposed to print up enough eagles and not make any money on them. No, they're not. they're not, the U.S. Treasury's not supposed to make money on the Silver Eagle program. And they're supposed to print as many as the public demands. And they haven't done that. So they're not doing what the U.S. Mint was there and has done since the inception of the U.S. Mint. So I don't like what's happening personally because I follow this market and I think it's they're all these eagles that they're holding back. I think they're putting diamond dust in that little widget that's in the new one. And I don't even have it. That's how long it's been since I've been able to purchase silver, guys. Okay. The Silver Eagles have been out how long now? 3 years. I haven't bought any metal in a long time. They took a little, they used to call it clipping, guys. You see these ribs on the coin? These ribs that you have like on your, what is that, on a quarter? Sorry, guys. What the heck is going on? You see those ribs? They put those on the coin because people used to take a coin like a nickel doesn't have it, and they just take a little bit off. They file it down just a little bit off each coin sitting in that little, will start adding up, right? Or they would start clipping coins. That's what our governments have done in the past. They start taking, a clip at first out of a coin. They just did that to this new coin. It's ridiculous. If you understand your history of precious metals and you see that little, what's called clipping out of the coin, they left one of those little lines out, guys. The U.S. Mint, and they said they did this to for like a security feature, right? Including reading. Okay, yes, reading. Thank you so much, Tony. That's reading. That's what that's called. But the U.S. Mint, guys, they left one of those little reads out. They left a little read out. Okay? And people don't follow this. They don't understand. They just don't. But I believe what the U.S. Mint is doing right now, because they have been supposed to print these out, a certain amount of them, and they've been failing to do so. There's months that they haven't printed, a 16th of what they could. So where are all these coins going? And their program says that they're doing more. They're expanding and they're doing all. If you look it through, I follow people that follow this every day and have been following it for 30 and 40 years, guys. Somebody put something in the comment, Jim Rickards, and there's, the GATA. There's a lot of people have been in. I've been in this market for 20 plus years. Okay. All my silver got stolen. Remember I said my family came out here, my blood, and stole everything I had. So everything I'd ever collected, I lost. So, what I'm trying to make of the point, guys, is they took one of those reeds, okay, and they left one of those out, okay. Yeah, there you go, Tony. Subscribe to. Are you following Bix Road to Ruta Bix Weir? He's the silver. David Morgan's the silver guru, but the point that I'm making, guys, is that the U.S. Mint has been holding back coins that they should be printing these ASC minted U.S. Eagles, okay? And they called what it's called clipping. So they left one of these reeds out, and I think I figured out what the U.S. Mint is doing. They're taking and they're putting a smart diamond dust. It's called diamond dust, guys. It's like a chip, but it's nano out of a diamond, and they can stick that little tiny chip, and you're not going to see it. You'd have to get a microscope out you'd never see it if you didn't know it was there. And that will make that coin trackable and traceable. And that's what I think pretty soon that the U.S. Mint, we are going to go back to silver and gold. There's something in the works, guys. The central banks have been buying up gold since the Basel III Tier 1 rated as a Tier 1 asset. The central banks have bought more gold last year than they have in the history of the central banks. So I believe that smart dust or diamond dust will give them the ability to know where that coin is at when it's in your pocket, when it's on an airplane, when it's sitting in your safety deposit box. I think that's what they're doing, because there are coins that should be out in circulation right now that they've been slowly holding back, slowly, and it's adding up quickly. I don't know, but what the heck is that clamp out? What is that clip out of there for, guys? That was something that our governments have done in the past when they started taking metal out of the coins. They started clipping them and shaving, and I think this has everything to do. I don't think I'm going to be wrong with this. I don't think that I'm going to be wrong. That's right. Cool. Oregon, the state that I live in, is the state where they did the silver back, the silver. What do they call the paper ones now, guys? The gold backs, the silver backs. The silverbacks are printed right here in Oregon. You guys know anything about the goldbacks or the silverbacks? Those are pretty neat. They're a lot of money. The premiums are really high, but when gold gets really high, that's fractional. I really think that those are going to shine, so to speak. Not literally, but those will. People are not going to regret purchasing those. I don't think so. Yeah, that's how Russia brought back their currency, guys. Remember? We sanctioned the piss out of Russia, seized all their assets, kicked them off the SWIFT system, and then they backed their an ounce at the moment. Yeah. Remember, Tony, they have those silverbacks too. Those are out at not too many people know about the silverbacks, but I found out them because they're printed here in Oregon. My brother's a graphic designer. Both of my brothers work for graphic design. So I kind of found out that before. The premiums are high. I know people are like, God, that's a ridiculous price. But, if silver went up to $10,000, $20,000 an ounce, those goldbacks are going to be, you know what I'm saying? Fractional, right? Fractional. How many transactions you're going to make with a $10,000 coin, right? So yeah, definitely though. I don't know about the silverbacks, because I don't, there's no way that the premium on those could ever, I don't know. Hey, thanks for coming in there, Spider-Man. You guys, they say that silver is heavy, and it is compared to gold, because you would have to put 88 of these in one pocket and 1 ounce gold in the other pocket. So they are tenderly a lot of gold bug, silver bug. The gold bugs don't like silver because it's heavy, right? That's what they say. It's heavy. Well, yeah, it is 88 compared to 1. That's definitely, that's like smashing all that value into one little small space. That's the neat thing about gold. Okay. Yeah. So again, I think it's pretty silly, again, that people don't realize that if gold and silver do what they're supposed to do, which, the manipulation comes off, there's traders from JP Morgan that were spoofing the markets, changing the price of metal, guys. They're sitting in prison right now. So all this, conspiracy theory for all these years that the metal's manipulated the metal, the cat's already out of the bag. Now, has the manipulation stopped? No. The company that was actually doing the manipulation was fine, and they let them continue to be the custodial, of the metal. And you probably know who I'm talking about. A couple of you guys are pretty good in the economics. Appreciate it, guys. This is good talk. But again, I see in the future that zero gold bug, nice. That people, the gold bug's called silver heavy, you know what I'm saying? But if silver went up to, I'm not saying it is. If silver went up to $1,000 an ounce, I'm not saying it is. It could. Are you going to carry how heavy it is? If that silver got up to $1,000, are you going to call it heavy then? I'm trying to tell you why the gold bugs call it heavy. Because, yeah, I mean, 1 ounce of gold or 88 of these. 88 of these it takes to buy 1 ounce of gold. So that technically is heavy. But if silver got up to $1,000 an ounce, you think people are going to still call it heavy or care how heavy it is? Is that funny, guys? I love that. I wanted to end on a funny note. I just think that's hilarious. I'm not telling you what the price of silver is going to be. I don't know. It should be more than it is now. It was already $50 in 2012. It was already $50 in the 80s. What's it doing sitting at $25? Can you think of any asset that you could buy in 1980 that's half price now? How much was a car in 1980? How much was a house in 1980? What asset could you buy that's sitting at half its 1980 price? There are a couple things, guys, but there aren't very many things on this earth that are sitting, not that I would invest in. Some of the computer chips and some of the things, guys, have come down, but I want to be straight with you guys again. You know what I'm saying? So, is anything you can think of an asset right now priced at the price that it was in 1980? About half the price it was. So there's a lot of upside potential in this metal, guys. I believe, I'm not the only one who says this, Gregory Mannarino. Anybody watch Gregory Mannarino? I've been watching it forever. He says, and I like what he says that silver is the most undervalued asset on the planet. Yeah, and then again in 2011, to the build up to the whole white, or the 2012, the Mayan calendar, the world's going to end. That's why that did that time. So fear is what drove the markets in 2011, 2012, it drove silver up to $50. Everybody, the whole, Mayan calendar, the world's going to come to an end. That's what drove that market, guys. Fear drove that market. I know these markets very well. So again, I don't think people are going to care if silver goes up to, 200, 300, 400, whatever an ounce, that it's heavy, it's kind of ridiculous, but there is a lot more. Gold right now is sitting at right near its all-time high. Gold hit its all-time high last month or a couple months ago. It went up to over $2,100, guys, which I still think is a steal for gold, if you ask me. But it went up to $2,100, and gold is sitting right around $2,000 right now, doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It always leads out first in a bull market. So I believe that, again, if something's sitting at half its all-time 1980 price, that there's way more upside potential, and there is, for gains in the silver market. And at this point in time, it is the most undervalued asset on this earth compared to, the past. So don't buy gold or silver until you have food, water, a way to protect it, some medicine, for yourself. Then step into the precious metals market. Okay. But I can guarantee you probably won't, and you won't, because you Americans that are listening right now, you won't. You'll listen to me, you'll hear it, you think it's intriguing, but you won't go buy no metal. I'm not telling you, but you won't. You'll wait until this metal is $50 again. And just like Bitcoin, when it hit 50, 60, it was on every one of your feeds. And Bitcoin, Dogecoin, Bitcoin, right? It's called FOMO. FOMO. The fear of missing out. You see, 80% of the gains that's made in a market is made in the last 10% of the market to 20%. The most of the gain, yeah. So 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. Do you know where that's at? That's called the top. That's called a blow off top or a melt up. See, nobody's going to buy this metal right now. It's half its all time price. It's trash. They take this phone, and when they recycle the phone, they take the gold out and they throw the silver in the trash in the landfill. Hint, 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 hint. Good place to find silver, right? So I believe that when these markets, the manipulation comes off, that these markets going to shoot up. And that's when most people will try to get into this market. It's not when it's $20, $25, not probably even when they said 30 is going to be a big, a big marker for silver. But I do not think Jeffrey Epstein didn't Epstein himself. So anyways, again, I believe when these markets, when the manipulation ends, so to speak, and these markets start going up, that Americans won't get into this market until it's back closer to $50 again. And that's when everybody's going to want it, when it's closer to its all-time high. And then everybody's going to have one then. And you cannot tell me that if a bit, a 0 and 1 on a computer screen, a 0 and a 1 can be worth $69,000. There ain't no way that can't be worth $69,000 by itself for one of these coins. A Bitcoin is just a 0 and a 1 on a computer. I know there's a market cap on how many Bitcoin you can't. And cost average, Tony, you must understand how this works. You just cost average, guys, when you're trying to buy something like this. You buy the dips. That's right. That's what you do. You buy low and you sell high. That's not how most Americans work, guys. Listen to this Aussie, probably a little smarter than most Americans, and I'm not trying to go there, but most Americans will not buy precious metals and until it's closer to its all-time high. And that causes what is called a blow-off top. The more people that feed into it, the fear of the FOMO, that's called FOMO, the fear of missing out. They free that I got to have. Did you hear silver was $100? Oh my God, silver hit $300, man. Did you? It's going to be on all your news feeds. It's going to be on every other commercial, like the beer bug, right? During the bug. Oh my God, do we do the beer bug, COVID, bid, take the jab, it was everywhere. Like Visa or MasterCard, everywhere you want to be, right? Was that the logo for that company? Okay. But anyways, guys, most people will not buy silver until it gets expensive. And then they're going to want it. And that's why 80% of the gains, right? No. Yeah, 80% of the gains are made in the last 20% of the market. That's where most of the money's made. You see what I'm saying? So don't tell me they don't come in and buy later. They will not buy in that first 80%. They got to get the FOMO. When it gets really expensive is when everybody buys it. You guys, that's not how people who have money buy things. It's called diversity. They invest in a lot of things. A lot of things they invest in when they're cheap, when nobody wants them. And then when everybody starts wanting them, they're a lot better at this than most of you. They sell and they're on to the next thing that's cheap. You're just getting in the market then, and they're like, oh my God. You're like, oh my God, I gotta get out. What I gotta out? That's how our markets work, unfortunately, guys. Most people don't understand how the markets work. They have no business being in the market, but when they do, the markets go up really high, fast. And the higher and the fat, think about it, the reverse of a beach ball. The further you pull a beach ball down underneath the water, correct? The higher it's going to come out of the water, right? That ball you pull down in the water, the further you pull that down, the higher it's going to come out, right? Same things work with economic markets, guys. The higher you pull it up, and faster you pull it up, the harder and the faster it's going to come crashing down. That's not the way markets work. They're supposed to stair step, pull back, hit their, top, bottom, test the low, low. It's called a stair step, just like gold has done over the last 50, 100 years. Look at gold as a prime example. Look at the charts on gold that's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. So, but remember these markets, guys, for my hodlers, hold on for dear life. That's the term hodl, right? For you're holding on for dear life. Hang in there. You know what I'm saying? These markets are going to end. This manipulation can't last forever, and I believe that once this happens, we will see a reevaluation of either gold. I don't think there's enough silver on the surface to use as a currency, as money. I just don't think there's enough of it. I know the same amount of silver and gold is available, but there's too many people who are going to want it by then. So silver's cheap right now, guys. Nobody wants it. It's trash. They throw it away. You know what I'm saying? They throw it away. They put it in a landfill. So you want to buy something when nobody else wants it, guys. You don't want to be getting in these markets when everybody else wants it. That's when it's going to get too expensive. So I believe at this point in time, if they release all this manipulation off of it, who knows what the price of it will be. But at that point, I won't be selling my silver for any amount of money. When silver's $2,000 an ounce, if and when, it's not going to be a very nice place to live, guys. It's not going to be a very nice place to live when silver's 2,000 to 3,000. If that happens, you see what I'm saying? That's not going to be a fun world to live in, guys. It's not. So, I'm not telling you, I'm not an economic advisor. This is not economic advice, but I'm telling you, if silver's sitting at half of its all-time high right now, I don't know what you're waiting for to get into the market. You waiting for it to go lower than half of its all-time high? Again, that's Silver Shield's design produced by the Golden State Mint. Yeah, I love Golden State Mint, man. You guys remember Golden State Mint is one of the mints that does fractional gold, very reasonably priced too. And Silver Shield does your silver. Oh man, I had a lot of Silver Shield though. I lost a lot of my Silver Shield stuff, man. Oh man. But they do more of like the numismatic stuff, guys. They don't do quite as much as bullion, but their premiums aren't extremely high. And if you look at the Silver Shield line, they have just absolutely knocked it out of the park. Some of those coins, those original, like I looked at some of the original ones that I had, the Obama, what was that, Obama coin or something like that? I had a lot of them, but there are coin companies out there, guys, that you can collect too. If you like certain coins, just because you like collecting and stuff, Silver Shield is probably one of the coolest companies on the planet. And their owner is amazing. He's a really neat guy. And they produce political silver. How about that? Political silver. Does that make sense? So they got a lot of neat designs on there, different things that have to do with like I said, they do political things. So there's all different kinds. And it's normally anti, right? Like, I thought I had a Silver Shield coin. Like their cannabis coin. Remember their cannabis coin? That's got the, it says, what does it say on something? I can't remember what it says on the front, but on the back of it, remember, it's got the maple leaf. Oh yeah, it's keep calm and slave on. Remember that design? Keep calm and slave on. It's got a picture of the queen. She's all skull, right? And on the back, it looks like a Canadian maple, like the Canadian maple from the Canadian Mint. And on the back of it, it has the maple leaf with the cannabis leaf over the top of the maple leaf. And it says something about that too. This is a Mintonka hat. They make it in black, tan, and I've had this one forever. I like this color. They make it a little bit lighter. The black hat's hot during the winter or the summer, just so you know, because I've worn it. I'm a farmer, I wear them, so I like the black hat. I really like the black hat, but legalized nature. There you go. It's a neat coin. It's just something like that. I'm bringing it up, guys. They do a lot of different things, political coins, different coins, but super neat designs. And if you look, their prices, you can get them pretty reasonable too. How are we doing from Morocco? But personally, guys, I just stick to buffaloes and bullion, and I told you I haven't been able to afford a piece of silver in years. It's been a long time since I bought some silver, but it's okay. I got my 8 ounces. Everybody's supposed to get it. Everybody can have 8 ounces. Everybody gets the 8 ounces. I got my 8 ounces, right? So I'm good. I ain't trying to get rich. I don't want that. I actually put my treasure up in heaven. So I didn't make it too well on this earth. I didn't get rich like my family's all very wealthy, millionaires, all that. I don't care about none of that. But someday I want to trade this for a piece of land or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Somebody says, oh, you'll never. Okay, cool. Cool. You think what you want. So, all right, guys. Hope that was valuable. Hope you found some value in that message. So thank you, Tony. Thank you, Amy, for coming in again. Appreciate you guys' attention. I like to talk about silver. I don't have a lot of money and stuff, so I wish I could talk to you more about gold. I just don't. I'm not about. But cool. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate your definite a silver bug. I can tell. I like that. Some of us got the bug, right? So I got gold, guys. I got a gold belly button ring in my belly button that I've had there since 1991. Okay, so I got a little bit of gold, but okay. Thanks for coming in. I'll see you guys on the next live stream, and thank you for being a part of the 2000K stream. I don't know where we're at. We probably hit 2100. Maybe we picked up another and blew past that. We only needed 10 on this stream. So I hope you found some value in this stream. And I do have a Cash App donation ability at Predestined for Light. Again, not required, but hey, maybe you want to help me buy a piece of silver. It's been years since I haven't bought this. I don't have a Silver Eagle. I don't have a new Silver Eagle. I probably just go buy dog food anyway. So I need dog food, guys. So no worries. Don't worry, guys. I just have to make a mention. Come on. Again, 5 hours of streaming at the end. There's nothing wrong. I feel no guilt for asking you to donate to my work. It's taken a lot of years to obtain all this knowledge and to learn it all overnight. So, but thank you for being a part of the 2K stream. Yaya said we hit 26. Boom. That's insane in the memory. Did we almost hit 3? That is awesome. You guys are the best. I love you guys. I appreciate your time tonight, this morning. It's probably morning time. I hope I haven't kept you too long. I'm really just trying to stay on here to get my watch hours up. You know what I'm saying? But thank you for your time. P.O. Box 921, Pegmas Valley, Oregon. P.O. Box 921, Christmas Valley, Oregon 97641. If you if you want to send something my way, not required. I'll be back to give you guys some more information on the next Predestined for Light live stream. I had a blast tonight, guys. It really was fun. I had a good time. Thank you for a lot of the positiveness. Thank you for talking economics with me, guys. I can't talk economics with nobody. I try to talk to them about silver or something, and they're like, I don't do post office box 921, and that's in Christmas Valley, Oregon. Christmas, like the pagan holiday Christmas, right? Christmas, I get a lot of heat in this town for that. Christmas Valley, Oregon, 97641. And I have that coin that I have was one of the coin that I have, that buffalo round, that came from Roadhound from TikTok. He sent me that coin. So thank you again, Roadhound. If you end up watching this, I appreciate it. I go around and I teach everywhere with that coin, and you know that. You've given me the ability to go out and teach with some others. So I appreciate when people send things my way, because a lot of the times, like those archive, I got those Bibles that were sent to me. I use them to teach. So you guys are a blessing. And yes, I love the kangaroos. You guys, the Aussies were the first ones to print the Krugerrand. Was the very first gold coin, was the Krugerrand. The Aussies have some pretty intriguing history when it comes to precious metals. So if you're not familiar with there's there's different mints, several mints. Who's that gentleman over there? Who is the guy that's over there in Australia that's been doing a lot of information? He was talking about he was exposing all the gold contracts with the cool coins. Yeah. Oh yeah, I've never had one of those. I just had I had a silver Krugerrand, right? Not a gold one, but a silver one. The Australian mint gotten some heat, guys, a couple years back. John Williams, is that his name? No, that's not his name. Oh yeah, I would definitely do that. I always try to, if my guests want me to share, and I, whatever, give some props, say this one, I want you to take a look into this, though. You guys, there's history at the Australian Mint. Okay, just to let you know. But there was something that went on with the Australian Mint a couple of years ago, or this last year, and it was something to do with the storage of the metals, right? What is that again? Where they're okay, cool. No problem, Tony. And I know when people want anonymity, I have some folks that have donated. I had a lady who bought me a saw. I had a fire out here, and my hand saw burn up, my electric saw burn up, and she bought me a cordless saw, right? And I've never mentioned her name because she don't want her name mentioned. I appreciate that. So, but it doesn't mean I don't show the saw and I'm not thankful. So, allocated and unallocated metals. Remember that, Tony? The allocated and the unallocated metals. Who was that gentleman that was going after them? He's an Aussie. He's huge over there. He is big over there. He has a YouTube channel? No, I don't think he has. He's been on YouTube before, some of the shows. He's been on Liberty and Finance. He's been on a lot of the big shows. Krugerrand has no Perth Mint sold a heap of, instead of 999 to China was the recent scam. Yeah, no, this was the allocated and the unallocated. Had to do something with that, but that's the more recent one. This is a couple years back, but intriguing history too. Back at the mints. So it's neat to research the history of these mints too, because a lot of them have a lot of historical What's your IP address backwards? Oh. Yeah, I got that back. I don't know why I said Cougar Inn. What is it I'm talking about? I said that or somebody correct me. Guys, I don't know what I was thinking. I'm thinking about all the mints, right? I'm running through. I've got the Perth mint, I've got the mint, I've got the Canadian mint, I've got the US mint. I apologize. Where did I get that from? I must be getting a little tired. I've been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes, and I streamed for 5 hours and 30 minutes earlier. That's 11 hours of streaming. That's a day. I love you guys. I'll see you on the next live stream. Bless you. If you can hit that thumbs up, give me a subscription if you're not already, and hit that bell notification button if you want to be notified the next time that I do one of these live streams or I put out a video out here at the Moonshine Cabins. Excellent live stream, guys. Excellent live stream. The 2K live stream was one to remember, and thank you for being a part of it. I'll see you on the next Predestined for Light, either video or live stream.